watch link so I can share it?
Oh, I sure can. So I'd actually just posted to Plus and I guess the video itself that we're now on the air. Granted, we're starting slightly late, but and I've also started with my own audio turned on. So if you're upset that we're starting late, I'll give you an address you can write to. You can. Places plain text. Okay, there you go. I'll give you an. Sorry, I had my own audio on in 2 windows, just to make it especially bizarre. Anyway, so we're starting a good 25 minutes late. If you're upset by it, I'll give you an address you can write to for where you can get your money back. So welcome, Arcane. For the audience, hopefully you'd seen enough of the description about what we're hoping to be talking about, which was just whatever came to our minds. Arcane and I have been in, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 Hangouts together. There's one that we did sort of in 2 parts because of a glitch on my part. I stopped the Hangout partway through. You know, I think we both felt like it was a neat conversation. We kind of got under each other's skin, but at least it seemed like we were being pretty honest. We kind of had a good time with it. That was several months ago. A few things have changed in the world, notably Kent Hovind has gotten out of prison. And Arcane and I got busy and, you know, we just didn't really talk much. And then in the last week or so, I think we've just been at each other's throats in the comments section. So he's been like, bring it. And I'm like, I'm too busy, but I'm not too busy. So just by what's going on here, I initially had planned a trip, but now my wife and kids have gone on the trip themselves and they left me here alone. So as a middle-aged atheist, what am I going to do? I'm going to be like, oh, I'm in the big city all by myself with no wife. There's got to be some good hookers in this town. There's got to be like the good drugs, you know? No. The first thing I said to myself, I'm going to catch up on my Xbox time and I'm going to be doing some Hangouts because I'm that cool. Arcane, how is your weekend going?
Well, it just started. I just got off work, so kind of jumping headfirst into the unknown with you again. So,
well, I hope you got a snack in. You need your blood sugar up because I'm going to be on your case. So I hope you got a snack worked in after work.
I've got this, man. I got my insulin shots ready.
You're all fired up. So we just just for the format too, by the way, it'd be nice if we could talk for a little while, and then if other people have some comments or questions or whatever, post them up, and in a while anybody who wants the link will send the link to people who ask for it, and maybe a while after that we'll just throw the Hangout up for public, and then we'll just let it go crazy. But let's just see where Arcane and I get with things. So I mean, a few things have changed in the world since the last time we talked. We talked quite a bit about Kent Hovind's earlier convictions, and at the same time he'd been convicted on another charge, and then had some other charges that were the jury came to an impasse, and they were going to do a retrial. That's since been all thrown out. So Hovind, since the last time we talked, has finished his 10-year sentence by serving all but 1 month of it in closed custody. It's going to drive me crazy, and then served the 1 month in his own home. I don't know what kind of parole that is. You get 1 month parole or something. Huh. But that's completed now, I think. If it wasn't finished in August, it's now finished by mid-September. So he is a free man. He has a record, but there's no issue that anything he do would be busting parole. I think we started talking about him again here because of a video Thunderfoot put up, suggesting that Kent Hovind might be breaking some law now by talking about somebody else selling some drug product. We can talk about that. Kim Davis. That's been interesting. Planned Parenthood, a lot of stuff there. What do you in the? And then of course the thing that got us into this was talking about Aussie and Aussie's worldview. So what are you in the mood for?
Man, pick one. I don't care. Atheism's stupid.
Let's do atheism is stupid. Well, let's try to close our thread on Kent Hovind because and then I'll ask you something unrelated. So I think we can do that one pretty quickly. I take it you're happy he's out, right?
I'm ecstatic, man.
I think you had posted, if it wasn't you, no, it was you, had posted like you were quite happy about it, and you saw the video of what's his name, Duggar, the Duggar father there in the minivan, like giving him his ride home. I think you were quite happy about that. I'm happy about it. I don't think I'm nearly as happy as you are, to be honest. Like, okay, good. I never understood why a guy gets put in jail for, you know, he's doing a dime for, you know, a financial thing. Like as I said last time, I think he should have gone to jail, but 10 years, and then they make him serve the whole thing pretty much locked up. That was something I didn't understand. So I'm glad he's out. That's just a better way to do it. But I think it's sort of a small symptom of just what the American prison system is like. It's him and a lot of other people.
Right.
Have you been watching any of his stuff since then, or?
Yeah, when I can, you know, he's been pretty active on YouTube doing his question and answer stuff, and you know, his usual seminar type videos, which are always cool and interesting, whether you agree with the guy or not. He has a lot to make you think, you know, and there's some stuff I don't agree with him on. But to me, he's an American hero. He is the epitome of the American hero, man. I mean, regardless of what you think about his criminal record or whatever, I mean, the guy stands up for truth, and nobody's perfect. And I'm just glad that he's out talking to people and spreading the truth like he's known to do.
How much of his material have you seen? Like, I think when we talked last time, you'd mentioned you'd seen a lot of his older stuff, and you'd seen that some of Reclaiming the Straw Man with, I forgot the guy's name now, John, whatever, but that Reclaiming the Straw Man series. So you've seen his DVDs on creationism and some of Reclaiming the Straw Man. So how much have you seen of his stuff? You've seen a lot of his new stuff? Like, what's he doing now? I've seen a few YouTube videos go by, but what's he up to now?
I don't know, man. I've been kind of busy, so I haven't really been watching his stuff, like his newer stuff. But back in the day when I was first on my search for, you know, the truth of Christianity, I watched a lot of his stuff. And like I said, some stuff I agree with, others I don't. But the guy says a lot of truth. And, you know, it's good for anybody to watch, whether they agree with Christianity or not. It makes you think, you know what I mean? And back to like our topic we were talking about off air about my purpose here. I mean, that's really it, is to make you think, you know, whether you hate me, love me, you know, despise me, think I'm despicable, whatever. As long as I'm making you think about what I'm saying, I'm satisfied with that. You know what I mean?
I wanted to ask you about that, actually. I got to mention this first, though, because I have to say I haven't watched any of his new stuff, Hoven's new stuff, but I did. I had to watch the first one. I had to watch that just out of a sort of human curiosity. Like, it's not about your religious beliefs or anything, spiritual beliefs. It's entirely about technology and society and social media. Because I was thinking, what would it be like for a person who has been awake and conscious, you know, for the last decade, but hasn't been able to access computers the way we have, in the era that YouTube started, grew, exploded, and now it's just part of our daily lives. Oh, and then now he's out and he's like, people are like, oh, here's a computer. Wow, you can make YouTube videos. I was like, what would that look like? And sure enough, it looked like exactly what I thought. It'd be a guy who's just like, oh, I got my camera. It was just this completely befuddling thing. And he kept saying like, oh, I'm trying to learn this. I'll tell you one thing he did learn quickly, and that's how to delete and block. Somebody gave him the crash course. One of his brother creationists had said, oh yeah, if you're going to be on YouTube, you got to learn how to erase crap. But anyway, no, I do want to get to you raised that point, and it's a really good one. I hadn't really thought of that before in conversations we had, because you've sort of got known in YouTube as like the precept guy, and I hadn't really thought, how do I say this? Like Venom Fang X was always very candid that he, as a teenager, would kind of meandering through life, and then he'd seen Kent Hovind DVDs. And you got to keep in mind, he lives in Toronto. Hovind's doing this stuff in Pensacola, Florida. That's another planet, right? Like, we don't, you know, it's not like down the road, right? That's a very far place away. But somehow some of these DVDs had come up to Toronto, and young Venom Fang X had seen them, and it was life-changing for him. And he's always said it was those DVDs that opened the door for him to begin on this journey. And I've always known you to be a fan of Hovind, but I guess rather than having me phrase a specific question, why don't you just tell us, like, did you find that Hovind was influential, or what do you want to tell us about? Sorry, I know I'm making this question too long, but I know a lot of believers will make a distinction between believing in God and forming that relationship. So I'm just sort of wondering what the path's been like for you. Like, did you not believe, and then you believed, and then the relationship started, or did you always believe, and then all of a sudden the day? No, it's not about believing. It's so that's the kind of thing I'm asking about. What was that like for you?
It's a wild ride, man. I went everywhere, to and from every religion, every ideology, system of thought that I could find, you know. So I wanted to see which one made sense, you know, if I was able to make sense of it. you know. But looking back on it, I'd say I always believed in something, that there was a God, but I always thought that it was impossible to find that God and understand it. You know, I just felt like God was the unknown. It was a mystery I'd find out once I'm dead. So, but Ken Hovind, uh, once I started to look at Christianity in an objective light, like really digging deep into it, you know, trying to dig my heels in and see if it fit, he was definitely one of the most influential people that I came across, because not only is he an awesome presenter, awesome speaker, but he didn't cut too many corners. You know what I mean? He was very thorough. He was very matter of fact, and he spoke with confidence. You know, he made Christianity look easy, or defending Christianity rather look easy. I mean, he trampled one debater after another, one evolutionist after another. I saw him crumble to pieces. You know, even multiple, he debated multiple people at a time and just demolished them. And, you know, taken from Kent Hovind, it gave me confidence definitely to keep looking, and eventually ended up strengthening my faith in Christ once I became saved. So there's a lot of good I can say about Kent Hovind, man.
Well, it's interesting you say about his confidence too, and about his he doesn't dance around topics too. He knows the path to get to what he's trying to say, and I wonder. I mean, the impression that I've got of that was it was not something that came to him automatically, right? That it was something hard fought for in his life. You may know more about this depending on the wealth of material that you've seen of his, but there's one snippet of his I've seen where he was giving a seminar on, sort of as an apologist, how to do apologetics, and specifically how to address the things that people come up to you, the questions that are not really questions. They're more sort of like, well, the Bible says this and that's silly. And I'm straining to remember what the example was now, but I know it was from Genesis, and it was something along the lines of, well, you know, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Like one of those, you know, where did the trees come and then the fish, and then you know that sort of thing. There are lots of these web pages that will document that. Well, the Genesis 1 creation account does it in this order, the Genesis 2 creation account does it in this order, and these things can't be harmonized. And he said that that's Hovind had said that this was something that he didn't really think about because it just he believed and it was just no big deal. And then somebody presented it to him and it was actually a source of stress for him because he was like, oh, well, that's weird. Like, how do we do this? And then he'd asked somebody at the school he was going to, and they said, well, basically, don't worry about it. Like, it'll, you know, it's not really important. And he said he studied on it for a lot of years and talked to people, researched it, had to find somebody else to give him an answer. And he goes, now, like 20 years after somebody had asked him this question, he couldn't answer it. He goes, now I find this question the simplest thing in the world. First to this, second to that, the third to this, the fourth to that. That's what makes sense. And he's just like, and again, I'm not doing it justice because I don't remember the specific example, and I certainly don't remember his specific apologetic, where he was able to say, well, it may seem like they were out of order because of the way it was told this way in Genesis 1, and then Genesis 2 was told this way. But if you actually read them, there is a harmonization that's there. And it's unfortunate I don't remember the details of it, and if I'd have recognized we were going to talk about this, I would have looked it up because it was actually a very clever way to put it. But when he does harmonization like that, it doesn't come across like it's an effort to try to like, oh, let's stitch this together and then bend this to fit. It's just, he's very confident. But by his own description, it wasn't something that he just sort of opened the Bible and it came easy to him. It would, is that your impression too? Like, I got the impression it was through a lot of dedication and hard work on his part.
I'd say so. Like you said, the amount of knowledge that this guy has and is able to articulate on command and in a convincing manner, that doesn't come just by waking up and saying, oh, this makes sense. You know, he put some work and some real effort into his thinking to map it out the way he's able to do it, and to come across as being convincing. You know, I've recommended Kent Hovind's videos to a couple of people who are, you know, professing atheists, and just told them, look at it, you know, when you have time, it'll be something interesting to debate about. And they came back to me and said, man, this guy makes so much sense. I don't even know if I can debate, you know, against what he's saying. So as long as he's making people think like that, I think it's positive. But I think when people shoot the guy down, you know, it's just really sad. You know, it's like why why tear the guy apart when all he doing is telling you what he believes. You know, it's sad. But yeah, definitely he worked hard for where he's at
Yeah.
with his knowledge.
Well, there are two things that come to mind there. One is about the when you look at his earlier videos. I mean, you know, pre-prison, um, they're very tight, right? Like, and that's one thing I've noticed when you watch it. You go from slide to slide to slide, and you listen to the words. There's a really good mesh there. It seems like, actually, I'll say something. This will catch on a theme that we are talking about earlier today. It seems internally consistent. It seems very appealing because as it rolls along, there are no obvious sort of stumbling blocks. Well, wait a minute. You said 4 slides ago this, and now you're saying that. So clearly, you don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing like that. It's very smooth and seamless. Where I kind of got introduced to Hovind was through Thunderfoot's "Why Do People Laugh at Creationists" series. Creationist or creationism, one of the two.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, well, it's got some good moments in it, and the thing is, I think where those older videos where they stumble is that if you're not looking at it as an internal as a package and say, well, does it make sense? Like if I watch series 1, slide 1, and I just start going through the whole set of them. Well, that makes sense. Well, yeah, it does make sense. But once you start going through and finding particular claims that are made in there, particular assumptions, and of course, people have done this with those videos, and you sort of hold it up to an external light. You know, for example, his thing about how, well, radiometric dating isn't really reliable because they dated some mollusk or something to be 25,000 or 60,000 years old or something. I can't remember what the figure was, but most people know this. This is a lower, like a deeper marine mollusk that when you test it, you just don't find very much carbon-14 in it, and you know, based on the ratios, you'd say, well, this thing's actually would be thousands of years old. But the thing is, we just pulled it out of the water yesterday, so how could it possibly be that old? And he presents it as if this is the nail in the coffin for radiometric dating. And as somebody who isn't initiated in how radiometric dating works, you think, well, that's pretty compelling because I don't know how it works. But I know that if these fishermen just pull this thing out of the water, or however they get these mollusks, I don't know how they extract them, but this guy's just pulled this out of the water yesterday, and now they're telling me that it's 60,000 years old. I mean, something just isn't right with radiometric dating. The thing is, if you do talk to somebody who's good at, who understands radiometric dating, they're going to say, yeah, this is a well-understood, well-documented phenomenon. This isn't something that Kent Hovind or some other, you know, small cabal of creationists discovered and had to tell us, and then now we're running around doing damage control like, oh no, they figured out that radiometric dating doesn't work on mollusks. Mm-hmm. You know, it's a well understood phenomenon. I just picked that one example, but again, I don't necessarily want to do the whole 2 hours on this one issue, but to me, that's the impression I got of his earlier videos, was that it's coherent. But then if you go through and pick out, you know, slide 7 and say, well, here he makes some specific factual claims here. We're going to need to talk to a geologist about this. Well, the geologist is going to tell you, well, no, he's got that wrong, and he's drawing conclusions from it that are just crazy. And then, well, slide number 21, he's talking about, you know, the moon distance thing, the moon recession from the Earth. So, well, we'll talk to somebody who understands astrophysics, and they're going to say, yeah, no, he's got that wrong. It just seems like every time you pull a specific claim out from his videos and talk to experts in the field, they just say, yeah, it looks nice, but he's got it wrong. Is that your impression as well, or?
Well, like I said, some things that he says I haven't agreed with, but like that example specifically, who's to say? I mean, you would have to actually go back to the source of who actually dated that mollusk and ask them, you know, what mistakes were made, what is the arguments against what your conclusions were, and that kind of thing. And you have to really dig deep into that. If he was wrong about that one instance, to me, that doesn't take away from his point, which was we can't rely on radiometric dating to date distant ages, and that people present radiometric dating as if it is an exact science when it's really far, far from the truth. So I think that was his main point there. Like, even if the mollusk was dated incorrectly, okay, I'll give you that, sure. But that doesn't negate the assumptions built into radiometric dating, which give people a lack of confidence in it. I mean, for good reason. Now, if radiometric dating comports with your worldview or your view of reality, the age of the Earth, then of course it's not going to be that hard for you not to question it. I mean, that's an obvious, that's a given, that's psycho 101 here. You know, if you are intent on believing something, you are going to believe everything that aligns with that and pretty much not pay as much attention to the things that don't. And I think that was his point.
Yeah, the confirmation bias is it's a real bear. Well, let me ask you, I guess let's move away from the specifics of it, but what do you think about, this is an oft argued about topic amongst believers on the internet, and the non-believers are kind of disinterested in it, but is it, like, why is a preacher talking about radiometric dating of mollusks and, you know, or unconformities in the geological column, and, you know, is it your view or your understanding that sort of part of the keys of salvation are related to your understanding of science or your understanding of the current scientific conspiracy to suppress creationism? Does it matter? I could ask you if you think the Earth is older or younger than 10,000 years. Does your fate of your eternal soul hinge on your answer to that question?
I'd say potentially yes and no. And I say no potentially because if people are being misled away from the truth, then it's perfectly reasonable to understand how someone could not take credible God's word. If God says, I created the earth, it's mine, it's not billions of years old, and they're being taught that the earth is billions of years old, I think it's a credibility issue. You know, they're going to think God's word isn't credible. You can't trust it. If you can't trust book 1 in Genesis, why should you trust Matthew? Why should you trust the Gospels? Right?
Yeah. I take your point there. I think that, yeah, once somebody starts to undermine the veracity of things that are in the Bible, well, should we trust the whole book? But there, I mean, there are ways around that. There are a lot of believers who will say, well, it's not that we're saying Genesis is wrong. We're saying that Genesis actually doesn't make factual claims. This is, and that might be an unfair way of putting it. This is where it'd be good to get a theistic evolutionist in here to make that point. But I'm just sort of, in a nutshell, that's what the impression I get is that they're saying, it's like if I wrote a poem that expressed my feelings about something, and then you said, well, can I trust the poem? I'd be like, well, it's the poem, it speaks to a different sort of truth, right? And this is kind of what I hear, that when the Gospels recount the journey of Christ and the followers building up and the miracles that were performed, and then eventually his arrest and his crucifixion, his death, his resurrection, the purpose of those things, that's a factual account. Those are factual claims, and I'm going to stand behind those. I'm going to say that those things are true. But those things are true in a very different way than the more sort of figurative or metaphorical things that happened in those other parts of the Bible. Now, I know if Nephilim Free were in the room with me right now, he would have just stopped me and said, well, don't even try to explain that because those people are wrong. You know, so I'm just sort of to my best trying to say, well, I think they get out of saying it's not that you can't trust the Bible, it's that because Genesis is wrong, it's because Genesis isn't right or wrong. It's simply not saying what you think it says. Is that your take? You know, do you think that's kind of how they put it?
Yeah, that's how they put it, but I would disagree. You know what I mean? I'm not the one to take Genesis as poetry or poetic. There's nothing poetic about it. It's repetitive, it's very to the point, it's very distinct. If anyone's drawing poetry from the account given in Genesis of creation, and I think they're starting with a presupposition that is more of a natural take. You know, the naturalist theory of evolution and all of that. So I think, you know, you're brainwashed with that as a kid. You know, I remember being in grade school being taught that the earth is billions of years old. I remember movies and things like that ingraining it into us. So I think more so it's been ingrained into us not to question these established so-called facts, when I think they're far from facts. I don't think the age of the earth can be accurately dated at all, or the universe. I think it's silly. So, and I'm not the only person who feels like that. I didn't just pull that out of my rear. I mean, there are professionals who think that Genesis is literally true. There are geologists, there are archaeologists, there are um, astronauts, for crying out loud, who think that Genesis is literal. So I think the debate is more so on your presuppositions when it comes to that than what is factual about history.
Yeah. But you know what I think the real stumbling block is, like, where um, I just cannot see it being a salvific issue that you believe the Earth is a certain age or not, right? Because they can say, well, day one, it lasted 10,000 years or a billion years, or who cares? The point is Christ died for your sins. That's the salvific issue. And this question always puzzled me. And then about 5 years ago, I saw a video on YouTube. And if somebody knows which video I'm talking about, please send this to me, because it was one of the few really good light bulb moments I had where physically there was actually a light bulb over my head. And it was this delightful woman. It was about maybe 4 or 5 minute video. This woman had a delightful, well-cultured British accent, which means you know the video is true. Just why would the British lie? Not the upper class British, I mean the lower class, like,
Yeah.
you know, if you're from Sheffield, I mean, fuck, no one's going to believe it. But anyway, that was my point. Oh, she made this point. She said, you can say on the one hand, it really doesn't matter if Genesis is true. Talking snake, apple, or otherwise fruit, pillar of salt, all that stuff. Like, it doesn't really matter if you believe that stuff really happened. The important thing is you believe the Jesus stuff. But here's the thing. Why would Jesus have to die for original sin if there's no Adam and Eve, there's no forbidden fruit, there's no downfall in the garden, there's no original sin, there's no need for sacrifice or atonement, and no resurrection and no salvation. So her view on this, whoever had written the script for her, was that it actually completely untangles. If you don't believe Genesis, it completely untangles the whole Christian thing. All you're left with then is Jesus's words saying, hey, try to be nice to each other.
Well, yeah, it's hard to reconcile. It's hard to put those pieces together. Genesis taken literally has never been proven wrong. I don't know any facts that refute it. I just know people's theories and interpretations of nature that might contradict it. So, I mean, and that didn't come overnight either. I didn't always think that. I thought the Bible was entire rubbish. But science actually brought me to the truth of Genesis, not reading it on the face of it.
Yeah. We might do, if you don't mind, we can go on to we can go to, we've got some other sort of topical things, and we can maybe start inviting some people. And for those who are watching and keeping score, I'm not sure if people were betting on that. The correct answer is 18 seconds. It took 18 seconds for a viewer to comment, fuck you, Hoggy, I'm from Sheffield. 18 seconds that happened. So you can't. I said something bad about somebody from Saskatchewan on one show, and it was this video fills up.
Hey, you say something about Chicago, man, there'll be a bullet in your
Does Chicago have a bad reputation for anything? Is there something that we make fun of? Like, I mean, in Canada, Saskatchewan and Newfoundland tend to be the open targets, the pants down. Saskatchewan and Newfoundland are famously like the pants down provinces for comedy.
Yeah, nobody messes with Chicago, man.
Yeah, look, I just got 8 more comments. I just got 8 more comments.
You Canadians are sensitive, man.
So sorry, what's Chicago's reputation? What's I know that there are a few good like crime movies, gangster type mob movies based in Chicago, but what do Americans think about Chicago? What is it like?
Well, the first thing they typically think about is Michael Jordan.
Oh.
But yeah, Al Capone, you know, pizza, Italian food.
Yeah, what I mean is like if somebody does something and then somebody says, well, why did that guy do that? And then somebody goes, well, you know, because he's from Chicago. And they go, oh, that makes sense.
Well, unless he shot somebody.
He shot somebody.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, there's a lot of shootings going on out here, man. It's pretty messed up. I wish things were different. But I love my city to death, man. You know, the kids are great. They're just misguided. They have no guidance. And it's really sad. And it's one of my goals to start a movement of some kind in my neighborhoods and try to teach these kids some philosophy and get them off the street. I think it's more than important. I think we spend way too much money on other things and don't focus on our communities that need it. It's real sad. I mean, parts of Chicago, due to like a third world country, you see people living worse off in third world countries or in Chicago than in third world countries. That's ridiculous. So yeah.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and people always are proud of saying that the Americans, the US of A is probably, you know, the richest country in the world, or certainly it's always in the top 5 or whatever. But and yet there's big stretches of it. I saw a video just this week that talked about the distributional inequality, and
I saw something like that too.
yeah, it was like, well, this is what people think would be a fair distribution, but this is what people think it actually is, but this is what it really is. And it was like the top 1% had, you know, 40 some percent of the, or 80 some percent of the money or something. I mean, it's just bizarre. And it's hard, because what do you want to do then? You want to say, well, that's not fair. Okay, well then we need to implement some sort of a socialist regime, right? To, you know, have some government force that's going to decide how we're going to redistribute our money.
Right.
And I guess that's what it comes down to. That's certainly what we do with healthcare here, right? We just decide that, you know, we're not going to make it. We're not going to make it so that only the wealthiest 1% or 3% of Canadians are going to be able to afford to purchase organs when they need human organs, right? Yeah. And then the lower 20% is like your organ farm. Your, you know, they're the, you know, the creatures from which you harvest organs when you need extra organs. Like, we just are not going to have a system like that here, and so we've legislated against that for a long time. What do you think about the Planned Parenthood thing?
I think it's disgusting.
Like what?
I think it's criminal and disgusting. That's what I think.
No, so I take it you're reacting to the videos from the Center for what's called Medical Progress. Center for Medical Progress, I think.
I don't know. I've seen a few videos, read a lot about it, and some people say, "Oh no, it's not true. They're not really doing that." Blah blah blah. But it's kind of hard to say that when you got people on video admitting that they're selling body parts. So I really don't know.
I would like to put this out as a challenge then. I would, and not saying you have to do this because you have other interests, but if you do this, it would be great. But anybody who shares your position on this, and I'm assuming because it's been in the news so much, we have to recap it because somebody might watch this video 2 years later. But yeah, the story being that the Center for Medical Progress had some undercover people going and do conversations, secretly recorded, you know, with some of the administrators and you know, physician managers from Planned Parenthood. And apparently in these videos, they're negotiating procedures and pricing structures and stuff for the purchase of fetal body parts from the abortion procedures for the purpose of delivery to research facilities that require fetal body parts to do their research. And so these videos, I think we're up to 8 parts now or 10 parts now, where they were sort of every couple of weeks they release another video, and it's sort of these heinous things that, you know, they put these clips in, these captions, text slides that say, well, now here she's going to say that, well, we'll charge this much for these body parts, or we'll do this so that we can get you extra brains, right? Things like that. So I'm going to take it that's what you're reacting to. And yeah, you have heard some people say that they're not true. So what you just said, sorry, that was the recap. So what you had just said a moment ago was, you've heard in some cases it's not true, but it's pretty hard to deny it when you have these people on camera admitting that they're selling body parts. And I would put it out there as just an open challenge. I would like somebody to find me a timestamp in any one of those videos where they actually get one of the Planned Parenthood people admitting that they're selling those body parts. I put this challenge out there a couple of times, and Trey Jadlow has come up with a few timestamps, but they're all things like, there's one that he sent me hilariously where the next sentence that said was actually, you could see a cut in the middle of it. And when you go back to the original video, the first half of the sentence was said before they went out for lunch, and the second half was said about an hour after they got back after lunch. Like, I mean, the only way you could make it so that this one woman sounded like she was saying, yeah, oh, it's a matter of line items, was to actually take the front half of one sentence and the back half of another sentence and cut out the 2 some hours in between and make it look like it was one sentence.
So you're
But
saying
I don't think they have anyone admitting that yeah, that's what we're doing.
so you're saying it's all just a misunderstanding then?
Well, misunderstanding, I think, would undercolor. I'll tell you straight out what my position is. I mean, I pause because I want to hear, your point of view. I'm not as interested in my point of view as yours because I already know my point of view. But I guess that's fair. I shouldn't skirt around it. I don't think it's a misunderstanding or confusion. I think it is a straight up intentional, premeditated, planned, like sting operation deception. They decided that is this I forgot the guy's name now, that young man that had decided ahead of time, we are going to hurt Planned Parenthood. And they decided ahead of time, we are going to gain their confidence. We're going to get in, we're going to secretly videotape them, and then we're going to sit down with these clips and we're going to edit these things together. And we're going to be able to do good enough editing and put in some text slides to help explain the context and whatever else, so that anybody who watches one of these things afterwards is going to look at it and go, holy shit, they're like farming fetus parts. And I think that's what they've done. I pull no punches on it. I don't think it's a misunderstanding or a mistake. I think they planned it, and they got what they could get, and they intentionally put these things together to paint Planned Parenthood in a bad light. I don't know if that's as strong of a reaction as you were expecting, but
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting conspiracy theory. But
all right, touche. For those who don't, Arcane is like the most often accused conspiracy theory nutter. Although there are many, many, many people who have like way weirder conspiracy theories than anything Arcane has said. So for him to say, "Hey, HogTie, that's an interesting conspiracy theory," and he says it so calmly, like, "And you don't see anything wrong with that, HogTie, do you?" No, I can't help but laugh because that was a good one. I think I got to wear that one. But what do you do when there's actual, like, when there's evidence of it, when there's actual videotape, you can see that they're editing these things together, when you can see, it's not like we have to speculate about some behind the scenes conspiracy. Maybe I should do a proper hangout on this topic alone, where I talk about what has informed me. This is a question I ask you all the time. I always corner you on stuff. I say, well, Arcane, what's informed you on this? What's your source of information about this? So I should do one where I can say, so that the young, I forgot the guy's name now, but the guy who started all of this, he does a lot of writing. He's declared his public mission out there. He's there to bring down Planned Parenthood. And I mean, my view on it is, if I mean, the first, I'm meandering here, but the very first post I put up, as soon as I had seen this thing go up about Planned Parenthood selling baby parts, I put up a pretty angry post saying, this needs to be looked at, this needs to be investigated, because you don't want to live in a society where human tissue can be sold. You do not want to be in that society. I didn't explain why in that post, although on the next Magic Sandwich show, Ozzy pulled me up on it and said, well, if you're going to say that, you may as well explain to the audience like why you're so vicious about this point, that like you do not want to live in a society where you can buy and sell organs. And so I'd explained it on that next show. I probably could have done a better job, but the thing I said about it was, this needs to be investigated. This is heinous if this is what's going on. And then it started to appear more and more that, well, no, these people actually intentionally put these things together to make it look like that's what was going on. And I've been really curious to find out from believers that are just sort of like anti-Planned Parenthood. Let me ask you this then. What if Planned Parenthood is doing everything legal? That doesn't mean it's right in your view. So Planned Parenthood is, they've got one division that goes and they do, gynecological testing, and they give birth control advice and whatever else at great subsidy. Another division is there and they're doing abortions. And I say, hey, Arcane, do you like Planned Parenthood? And you say, well, not really. I say, well, what they're doing is legal. Okay, so just for this hypothetical, what they're doing is legal. If I ask you, are you okay with that because it's legal? You're going to say, you're not okay with it, right? Okay. But let's say that they were doing these things, they're legal, they're performing abortions, and they rarely, but occasionally, collect some of the fetal tissue with the consent of the mother, as is required, and they provide that sample through a delivery service to research facilities who do beneficial research. And Planned Parenthood gets like $30 for this tissue, which is way under what is normally charged for when excised tissue is, like breast cancer and things like that are sent from place to place. But they're not making any money. They're doing it at a loss, perfectly legal. You're still going to not like Planned Parenthood, right? Because they're doing abortions in the first place. So I want to grant you that, okay? My question, go ahead, sorry. Are you waiting for my question? Okay.
Are you basically saying, do I agree with that? Like, would it be
I'm just establishing that this is the circumstances, because this is my, let's pretend that my understanding of the situation is correct. Planned Parenthood, not breaking the law. They're providing these services that are perfectly legal. They occasionally send some of these tissues off for, or even intact fetuses for these research purposes, but there's no law against it. They're not doing anything that's illegal. But this guy, and I forgot his name, I should check the comments because by now somebody would have posted it, creates this thing called the Center for Medical Advancement, or whatever it's called, and then they set up this sting operation, and they falsely edit these things because this guy knows if you paint it so that Planned Parenthood looks like they're doing something illegal, like they're out there harvesting baby parts and selling them off for a profit, which is definitely illegal and certainly unethical. That's the kind of thing you lose your license for life if you get caught doing something like that. If this guy says, well, we're just going to forge this evidence against Planned Parenthood because this will hurt Planned Parenthood, what would you think about that? What's your view in terms of the morality of a choice like that? Like, let's say you're on the board of this organization that says, well, we've got an idea, Arcane. We want to forge some evidence against these people.
I'd say the government's taught them well, I'd say. But in all seriousness, I think you'd have to be pretty gullible to think that they're not turning profit off of these things. It's on the face of it. But, you believe what you want to believe.
Well, I just want to ask you about the specific issue about the false accusations. And again, I would, you might not know them to be false accusations or believe them to be false accusations. But what do you think as a believer, knowing that people who I would guess you would consider to be brothers and sisters in Christ, what would you think if you found out, you knew for certain, because they came and told you, they said, well, look, we're just going to forge evidence, right? Like, let me put it this way. If I knew that my neighbor was going to go out and kill somebody and I could tell a lie that would prevent that murder, I would lie. I mean, I would look for other ways, that didn't involve lying or didn't involve deception or whatever. But if it was that sort of a fork in the road choice, I either had to tell the truth and let this person die or tell a lie to suspend this murder and then I could fix it all up later. Yeah, of course I would lie to save a life, wouldn't you?
It depends on the situation.
Well, I gave you the situation. The situation is you can forge a bunch of video to make it look like Planned Parenthood is harvesting illegally and selling illegally for profit a bunch of fetuses, and that would defund Planned Parenthood and perhaps reduce the number of abortions in America.
Like I said, I think it's a reaching conspiracy theory.
No, I know, but I'm saying that's the circumstances. Let's just, for the sake of discussion, it's a hypothetical. Do you think it would be appropriate for Christians to forge evidence against abortion providers?
No, because Christians should know that God is in control.
Okay, well,
we shouldn't be going out trying to deceive other Christians into thinking something that was not true, just for the sake of some kind of bigger ideological greater good. I don't think that that's appropriate for a Christian. I think a Christian should hold his head in his Bible and know that God is in control. Like some of these things, like the Westboro and all that, it's in the same category to me. Like, you don't have to be extreme to get your message out. Not that extreme.
Okay, so my understanding, you know how to use a rifle, right?
A little bit.
Okay. Are there circumstances where you would shoot another person?
Absolutely.
Would you ever go shoot an abortion doctor just because that would stop that doctor from doing abortions?
No.
Yeah, and you're pretty firm on that position. It's not something you would.
Yeah, that's retarded. That's anti-productive. That's anti-Christian.
Yeah, I think that telling lies about abortion providers to get them defunded, and remember, these are criminal accusations too, right? Like what they're doing to Planned Parenthood. If my view is correct, and as you call it, a conspiracy, It's not quite as bad as going out there and shooting abortion doctors, but in my view, it crosses a line. I think it's illegal, it's unbiblical, it's immoral.
Especially if they're not actually doing that. They're causing more harm to innocent people, the people who have jobs on the line, who have families to take care of. They have, they're trying to help people. If that's the case, then of course, that's a heinous conspiracy.
Yeah. Well, the thing that really bothers me about it, maybe we'll wrap up this part of it, and then I do see some people asking for links and whatnot. You and I aren't fighting enough. We never do. I'll tell you what, I think that where this group, the Center for Medical Advancement or Medical Progress, where they're really, really off the rails, they've completely lost the plot, is what they're doing actually serves to increase the number of abortions. And again, you have to sort of subscribe to my view that they're forging this evidence as a way of putting Planned Parenthood in the crosshairs, because things happen like what happened a couple months ago, where Bobby Jindal, who's the governor of Louisiana, said, "Oh, that's it, we're defunding Planned Parenthood." So he doesn't like abortion. So he hears bad things about Planned Parenthood, which is an organization that has the same name as Planned Parenthood Surgical Services, that provides abortions, but not in the state of Louisiana. Jindal defunds Planned Parenthood that provides these other services, things like birth control and counseling and things like that, that serve to reduce the number of abortions, reduce abortion demand. He defunds all of them. So now those services that are there to reduce abortion demand, he's defunded those. And he has not defunded a single abortion provider. Anybody who's doing abortions is still getting the same funding after Jindal's decision. But he's reacting to this news, and what it does, you've taken away the thing that serves to suppress abortions, and now you're letting, well, now there's going to be a greater abortion demand, and people like that, they just don't really give a damn. I get the sense I can't really corner you on this issue, because you're saying this is what you think is the case, and you've heard from other people already that this is sort of fabricated evidence. And you're saying you wouldn't support it. Like, if it turns out that this evidence is fabricated, you wouldn't support the choice to fabricate evidence to hurt Planned Parenthood, even though they're baby killers in your view. So you're making it hard to corner you. Go ahead.
I don't. No, that's just retarded. I wouldn't support that. But at the same token, I think more of anything, this is as screwed up as that might be, that guy would defund clinics and stuff like that. I think more so this is a red herring, ultimately, from people investigating the truth of what Planned Parenthood is occultly involved in.
Mm-hmm. Namely,
and I think it's extremely gullible to think that these people would not turn profit off of dead baby parts. They're making a profit hand over fist. I wouldn't deny that one bit, and I wouldn't put it past them. I don't trust them people no more than I trust my own government. So if the government's turning massive profit off of things that they're into, why the hell wouldn't Planned Parenthood get away with it if they could?
How did you go about figuring it out? Let's say that the YouTube community got together and said, Arcane and HogTie are the two most reasonable people we know, and because that's going to happen. And so they set up a GoFundMe or whatever else Kickstarter thing. They give us a proper budget and all the proper investigative tools. How would we go about determining whether? I'm sorry, I take the position Planned Parenthood is not making a dime. They're losing their shirts on the donation for research, right? So amongst their business model, it includes a collection, delivery, donation for research. Knowing how that process works with other tissues that are taken for other reasons, if they were only charging $30 per specimen, they were better off not doing it at all, because the liability exposure for one would have cost them more than the $30.
You're acting as if they would document every case that they had, every transaction that they would make. You think that they would actually be formal about it? Get real. No way.
Well, how does that play out then? Because the system, you're right. I'm talking about documented things. So you have a research facility somewhere. I'm going to say Virginia. I don't remember. There are only like 3 or 4 places in the U.S. that even do research with fetal tissue anyway. So I'm going to say Virginia. Someone's going to tell me I'm wrong about that. It isn't Virginia, but whatever. So there's a facility there in Virginia. They need fetal liver tissue, and so they put out calls to the brokers of these tissues and say, well, we're going to need um, 48 livers in this age range from gestation. So they go around to the Planned Parenthood clinics and say, well, can we talk to your patients and get their consent? And we have a requisition here. And then now every little piece of liver that comes out of a fetus has to have a piece of paper signed by the mother. Yes, I consent to this sort of thing. Piece of paper from the doctor certified it to come from this procedure on this date. It goes into a special delivery vessel that isn't reusable or has a liner in it that isn't reusable. And then there's every person that touches this box has to sign a thing. And at the end of it, somebody gives somebody 30 bucks for delivering this fetal liver. That's the system I'm talking about. So when you say, so you're right about that. When I'm not going to deny that at all. That I'm saying when I talk about their losses, it's because of that system. So what system are you envisioning? So let's say I'm an abortion provider, which of course I'm not, but let's say I'm an abortion provider and I happen to have a fetus liver in my office. How would I go about getting more than $30 for it? And I'm willing to forego whatever paperwork. How do I make more than 30 bucks?
Because it's the black market, HogTie. They're not necessarily doing clinical research on these baby parts.
There's a black market for liver fetuses.
Or babies in general.
Deceased.
Baby parts, babies, whatever. I think your assumption is everything is just clean by the book and that these people wouldn't, under the table, try to make some money when they can.
Oh, that's not my assumption. Oh, you should see that post. The first one I put up when I said, boy, if this is going on, hell in a handbasket. I mean, this is awful.
Like, yeah, you think they'd be open about it? Honestly?
No, that's the thing. Don't pin me down. Don't peg me as being somebody who says, oh, well, doctors would never do something that's unethical or that would generate money, right? You got to keep in mind, I know these people. I know what they're capable of. And if you're working at a hospital that's making lots of money, then you're super ethical, right? But when you have some of these really hard pressed, like financially strapped clinics, it's like, oh, we got to help the poor, we got to help the needy, but we don't make enough money. Those people, especially, and not so much the physicians generally want to keep their licenses. The physicians generally want to follow the book because they don't know how to be plumbers, right? This is the problem with going to medical school, is that at the end of medical school, all you know how to do is how to be a doctor. You don't know how to change a tire in a car. So if you lose your license, you're screwed for life. So these people want to definitely keep their licenses. But the physician administrators, that is, these people who are physicians, they licensed, but then they go on into the management level and administrator levels for hospitals and clinics and whatnot. I don't trust those people as far as you can throw them. And they're good people, they're well-intentioned people, but they're put in circumstances because of underfunding, where they start to squint when they look at the rules, and they start saying things like, well, if we change this thing and call it a donation instead of a, like I've known physician administrators to, just as an example, it's gonna be a ridiculous example, but there are some procedures, like a vasectomy, for example, right? They don't just snip. They actually, for each of the vas, they cut here and here. It's about a 1 millimeter space between where they make the cuts. And there's a little piece, about just a tiny little piece, you'd have to hold with tweezers, that comes out, and they go to the other side. They go through this way, it doesn't matter. But they get 2 little pieces of tissue at the end of this thing. Now, what would you do with those 2 pieces of tissue? If you were cutting chicken in your kitchen on a cutting board and you had a couple little pieces of something, you throw them in the garbage. Can't do that with human tissue. You have to pay for proper disposal. But if you send those pieces of tissue off for
research.
Yeah, not research. Well, research, then they pay you. For well, there's not a lot of high research demand for vasectomy ligands, to be honest with you. There's a black market for leftover pieces of vas deferens, but ligands. I forget what it's called. Biopsy. The word biopsy fell out of my head. If you take the tissue and if you send it for research, they pay you a small fee for that. If you send it for biopsy, then the fee comes out of the health insurance, and it doesn't cost you anything. And if you go to dispose of it, then you have to pay the disposal fee. So how many administrators do you think sitting around with a basket full of these freaking vas deferens ligands that you get from vasectomies. Say, oh, how do we get rid of these things? Well, they send them off for biopsy because they would rather have somebody else collect $78 from the insurance plan rather than have to pay the $22 it costs to dispose of them. Right? So it's things like that. If they go say, well, if I squint when I look at the rules, I can save us $51 or whatever. And they do that all the time. And when I saw the story, I believed it to be true because I know this of the medical establishment, that they won't lie, but they will turn and twist things enough so that they can save a few bucks here and there, because that's the way that because they're good people and they rationalize it as, well, if I can save a few bucks, that means we can, treat more children and have more healthy children in our community. The rationalization is obvious. Anyway, that was obviously a rant that I built up some time ago. It's an upsetting topic. But yeah, no, I don't believe that everything is super, super clean. I mean, I think that the medical people are quite inclined to break ethical rules when it comes to the money side of it. I just don't think that Planned Parenthood has done so in this case. I think they have been squeaky clean. And the more it's investigated, the more this is being shown to be the case. And I hope that there is a big investigation. I'm still puzzled by your speculation that there'd be a black market for anything. Like, what would somebody do with a fetus liver?
Some evil people in this world, HogTie. Some very evil intentions.
Huh. Well, I think you underestimate the level of documentation that goes on with. Yeah, I suppose a few people in a clinic could scam a few parts and not tell the mother or not tell the administrators, or the administrators are in on it. I don't know. But I will have to play that card back at you. While I'm saying that I think some radical evangelical Christians would sit down and say, we're going to get this video clips, and even if it doesn't show what we want it to show, we'll edit these things together and we'll put these videos up. And that's actually what's being exposed to be the case. You quite amusingly say, well, that's quite a conspiracy theory. I don't think it rises to the level of your suggestion that there's like a baby liver black market. That I find extremely weird.
Well, there are black markets for adult livers.
If they're still alive?
Yeah.
Or dead liver?
Either way. I mean, you'd be surprised, man. You'd be surprised.
I've heard of it. I mean, I've heard of, for example, like the guy that wakes up in a bathtub full of ice, which if you're in a bathtub full of ice, you don't wake up. But anyway, with the kidney, he got his kidney removed. 0 times this has ever happened in human history has ever been documented of somebody's had a kidney taken away and then he was stitched up and put in a bathtub full of ice. Great urban legend, not at all based in truth. What would a person do with a liver? I can tell you, and let's not drag too much on this topic. We do have people who want to come in, and we got a couple other things to talk about. But I can just tell you that, and we can talk about this another time. But getting a liver or any portion of a liver out of a person is really difficult, and without wrecking things, right? But it doesn't. It's nothing compared to what it's like to put one into a person. Like I mean, a kidney, let's go with a kidney. Kidneys, I hear, are in really high demand. And I have no idea how hard it is to put a kidney into somebody and not just have that person completely dead. Like, so the idea that if only I could pay somebody, I'll pay some guy $200,000 for a kidney. What would you do? How much money would you, sorry, if I needed a kidney, yeah, and I offered you $250,000. Like, wouldn't you go out and take a kidney? Well, you wouldn't, because you're a Christian. You would say the Bible would say not to do something like that. But there are people in the world who would do it. But okay, so I got $250,000 I give somebody, and now somebody gives me a kidney. So I've got this kidney here in this bowl. What do I do with it? The idea that somebody could go to some crooked surgeon somewhere and get it installed is, to me, I find that more crazy than anything else. But
reality's crazy, man.
That's true. That's true. Well, not something we're going to solve. Well, let me ask you this question. We'll move on to the next one. So what would we do to, you're saying, okay, I get your point. I guess we can move on then. Because I was asking you, how would we find out whether or not Planned Parenthood is making money off of this? I thought you were going to say, well, we open the books. And I would delightfully say, look, man, those books are getting opened. Like, there is a 400-watt light bulb under the skirt of Planned Parenthood right now. And those books are going to be torn apart in every state. The Federation is going to have their books. Planned Parenthood Federation, their books can be torn open. Like, these people are going to be examined, and they should be. I mean, they absolutely should be looked at. But they're not going to find anything weird. Is it going to be your view then that, well, they just did a bunch of this black market stuff off books?
Well, I mean, we just have different viewpoints, I guess, man. I just don't put as much stock into places like that you might. I don't have that confidence, man.
Well, you know what, and that's the thing, is that there are lots of things we can say, well, we don't know this or don't know that. I had expected to argue with you a bit on this issue about is it right or wrong for them to forge evidence against Planned Parenthood. I can accept that we disagree about whether or not this evidence is being forged, because I don't know, you don't know, we haven't seen it, but I think we need people to look at it and find out. In my view, the evidence points towards, yes, this stuff is forged. I hope that they look into it, and if there's solid evidence that these people forged that evidence, then I hope that they're actually criminally charged for having done so, and I hope that Planned Parenthood just sues them into the Stone Age, which of course they've got it all set up in corporations, so they won't get any money out of it anyway. But I hope there's a big public expose on exactly what happened here. But the thing that maybe I was putting in the position of defending was, is it okay for Christians to lie about abortion providers in the hopes that it might prevent a few abortions? And you're saying to me, I don't think it really is. And I'm saying to you, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not. So what do we do when we agree? Let's move on to something we're going to argue about. Why don't we just talk about the knowledge thing, get that out of the way, and then we'll throw up the link and people can come in. Are people mad at you this week? Did you do something dumb? Like, because I'm getting people asking me for the link. And usually that means because the guy I'm talking to was a dick and people want to come in and tell him off. Did you do something?
I'm sure I did. I'm
okay.
Pretty sure.
Okay.
I don't seem to do something that pisses people off. Nothing new.
Okay, so what's your beef with check my Skype here. Mr. Aussie has not. He's not on Skype. He didn't reply. He's not hidden on Skype. He usually, if I call him, he'll answer. So he's not around. So what was your beef with Aussie this week? So you put up a comment thing that he said, well, I'd rather have a worldview that has these properties as opposed to those properties. You thought it was funny. You put it up, and Aussie claims that he laughed out loud when he saw it because it was such an obvious quote mine. And 111 comments later, people are still talking about it as of an hour ago. So what was that now?
I don't know, man. It's kind of funny. It's funny to me. I guess he thought I quote mined him when it came right out of his mouth. If he thinks I took him out of context, that's something that he's yet to argue. So, don't know what that's about.
I think he did argue that. I mean, I do think he quite clearly said, okay, I found it here. I had that open in the window. So your quotation of what he said was, some of us would rather not pretend to have a complete, consistent worldview. We'd rather have an incomplete, inconsistent, uncertain belief set. Now, when I asked you about this, you said, well, you're now telling me, Arcane, you're telling me that, well, Aussie's upset or whatever because, upset might be the wrong word, but he's saying that you quote mined him or you took it out of context, but he is yet to explain how it's out of context or how it changes the meaning. Right? That's what you're just telling me now, right?
Yeah, basically.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to launch another quick program here. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to use a really handy feature. So I'm going to go to 2 posts down, and I'm going to go sweep over all that stuff. I'm going to go copy. I'm going to copy Aussie's post into Word, paste as text only, and Word tells me it is 486 words. Okay? I'm not criticizing Aussie for this on account of the glass houses, right? Aussie and I don't get on each other's case about the length of our message. But
hey, and I read that on a phone. Come on.
Yeah, I know. I do the same. I got the Galaxy S3. I do a lot of scrolling. So he says, Aussie tells us here, and I'm going to truncate it. Hopefully, in fairness to Aussie, I'm not going to quote mine him because you know how he gets. He straight up first sentence accuses you of quote mining without checking the facts. He says, I literally laughed out loud when I saw this one. These quote miners take liberties with quotation marks, apparently not caring what one puts in quotes should be exactly verbatim, that if you cut off a sentence, you need to use square brackets and an ellipsis to indicate that the sentence has been truncated. and isn't complete. I'm just wondering how much people love watching me read something when I can actually just screen share it. And then I go Control plus plus plus. No. How does that work? I got to be in the right window and then go plus plus plus. Okay. So for any of you who are interested, here's what I actually said. The omitted parts are in bold. So he takes exception here that the part you had put starts with a capital S, meaning his sentence started at the word some, when in fact he insists the word started with the word well. Now he says it doesn't change the meaning, you took that out, but well, some of us would rather not pretend to have a complete, consistent worldview. We'd rather have an incomplete, inconsistent, uncertain belief set made up of provisionally held beliefs which are properly motivated and honestly recognize our epistemological limits, because unlike some people, we aren't intellectually satisfied with pseudo-explanations and vacuous accounts. When I read that, the key words here are about pretending to have a complete system, and because unlike some people, in a snide way, we aren't intellectually satisfied with pseudo explanations and vacuous accounts. So to me, those are really the key words. And then
Well,
when
to me,
you,
those beg the question.
what's that?
To me, those are just assertions that beg the question. That's what's in question, is whether or not my worldview or my position is complete and consistent, and whether it is a pseudo explanation or gives a vacuous account. So he's just begging the question there with that rhetoric. But the point of contention was the first part of what he said. Some of us would rather not pretend to have a complete and consistent worldview. We'd rather have an incomplete, inconsistent, uncertain belief set made up of what he calls provisionally held beliefs.
Well, I think I take your point as you describe it that way. I think I get your point in that you're saying, if you, like if I were playing your part and I say, look, I'm Arcane, and I think that you're claiming that I am merely pretending to have a complete, consistent worldview. That doesn't represent my position. I'm not pretending. I can actually prove to you I have a complete, consistent worldview. Or I could say, what do you mean by pseudo explanations? Are you attributing pseudo explanations and vacuous accounts to my worldview? I think those are all defenses that you could levy or against what Ozzy stated here. But I think the point he's raising in this post is that you had done neither of those things. Instead, what you did was you took those words and just stopped and treated those words. Some of us would rather not pretend to have a complete, consistent worldview. We'd rather have an incomplete, inconsistent, uncertain belief set. And you let those words stand for what Ozzy had said. So the discussion that proceeded from there, let me just make this point, the discussion that proceeded from there wasn't about whether or not your worldview includes pseudo-explanations and vacuous accounts, but the discussion proceeded to things like how in Arcane's post the first word is omitted and the second word is capitalized, and you didn't use ellipsis points and square brackets. And we got into this whole discussion about, well, here's the proper way to type something like that. And then, like I say, we've got dozens of messages that follow after that about, were you representing his position correctly? And what I find weird about this whole discussion was that when you had said, well, I got this from Bible Thumping Wingnuts blog or his video or something. You got it from, Tim had initially snipped that out. Then why not say, oh, okay, well, I got the quotation as I understood it from somebody else, and not, do you know what I mean? There's the discussion. I take your point about the discussion about whether or not Ozzy's point is correct. But it's really hard to claim that you're arguing against Ozzy's point when you won't even admit that you quote mined his point and we're actually arguing against something else. Do you see what I mean?
Well, why don't you post my very next post? Because I said, I got your words verbatim from your own mouth from your honorable mention on the Bible Thumping Wingnuts video, Top 10 Atheists of 2013. If he quote mined you, then my bad, but that doesn't at all make your actual position any more rational. And then I said, oh, you recognize your atheistic epistemological limitations. Good for you, Ozzy. How does that negate your claim that you'd rather have an incomplete, inconsistent, uncertain belief set? And then I didn't hear or read a defense really of that at all.
Well, because we got derailed into this discussion about, because you started this response by saying, I got your words verbatim from your own mouth. right?
Yeah, I did.
And then from there you went and listed the source. But here, I think this is what we call doubling down, because you're not acknowledging that it's a misrepresentation of what he said. You're saying, no, I got those words from you verbatim.
What did I say? Read the post. I said, if he quote mined you, because I got it from the video. I didn't see his vlog or wherever he initially said it. I got it from a very popular Bible thumping wingnut video. It's actually a really funny video. And he's in there as the honorable mention, top 10 atheists of 2013. And there was a clip of, I guess, his vlog where he had made that statement. And that's all that the Bible thumping wingnut put on his video, are the words that I typed verbatim in my post. Now, if he felt like the Bible thumping wingnut quote mined him and didn't take his full quote into context, I don't remember reading any of that in the comment section of the video. So if he did, I don't know. I just didn't see it. But in defense, I mean, that's a pretty petty point. I mean, I didn't do anything sneaky. I didn't intend to take him out of context. And quite frankly, I didn't take him out of context. So I think his gripe is really a red herring. It's petty.
Well, your response then seems to be that, well, I didn't take him out of context. Perhaps somebody else did. Right?
Well, if he did, well, after him showing me the rest of the post, I admitted, I said, okay, if he quote mind you, quotations, then, you know, my bad. I didn't know that there was more to it. But then reading his post, that's why I said it doesn't negate what you said. You'd rather have an uncertain, incomplete, inconsistent belief set. And I asked him to defend that. And he has not.
Yeah. Well, that might be a Hangout worthy topic. I mean, I still think that now when you represent it as, when you say, well, Ozzy says, I would rather have an incomplete, inconsistent, what was the quotation again, the second time you did it? You saw what happened. I didn't realize that all was screen shared. You kind of, there you go. Let's just post that. People can come in. I lost track of where that thing was.
Says, well, some of us would rather not pretend to have a complete, consistent worldview. We'd rather have an incomplete, inconsistent, uncertain belief set.
Yeah, I think when you say, well, I would rather have this, right? Well, it's in preference over what, right? These choices are this versus that, and if I how do I say this? Suppose that we're kicking around the theory about, I can't think of an example here, but if you shorten it even more, I'm telling you what it implies. If you now shorten it even more to say that what Ozzy said, you're saying Ozzy said he would rather have an incomplete, inconsistent, uncertain belief set. Well, as opposed to what? Now you're saying, it sounds like you're making him say that he would rather have an incomplete, inconsistent, uncertain belief set as opposed to a belief set that was actually complete or consistent or certain.
That's what he said. He said,
there we go. That's not what he said. Exactly.
Rather not pretend to have a complete, consistent worldview. We'd rather have an incomplete, inconsistent, uncertain belief set. Yeah. So, what are you talking about, HogTie?
Yeah, that's my point. That's it. So for others, I posted the link. We'll let some other people come in. I mean, I'm going to let some people in. We'll start showing you in the broadcast here shortly. Let Arcane and I punch this out a little bit, because this is where I think when you say, well, that's what he said, he's not saying, well, I would rather, and of course the phrase is inconsistent, incomplete, and uncertain, but it's three words. Let's just shorten it up a little bit. If I'm going to just say imperfect. It's like you're making him say, well, I would rather have this imperfect belief set. I would rather have a belief set that's just wrong. It's uncertain. It's incomplete. It's unclear. I'd rather have that than something that's clear. And when I said that, you said, well, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. No, what is in opposition here is having a belief set which you feel is correct, but it's not correct, right? You've fooled yourself. You're pretending that you believe that it's something that's certain and correct, versus having a belief set that is incomplete and uncertain, but I'm aware that it's incomplete and uncertain.
Context.
So those are the two things that are in opposition.
Context.
Right?
What was he speaking in regards of? What was he addressing? Was he not addressing the arguments that were presented recently with the precept argument and all of that? Sounds pretty much what he's addressing, like the idea of certainty, knowledge, belief sets, properly basic beliefs. So in that context, you have to be honest, HogTie. That is what he's saying.
No, well, hold on a sec. You say you didn't see the video that it's sourced from. You said you got it from Bible Thumping Wingnut's video.
Just reading it, dude. It's clear that that's what he's responding to. It's the same topic. It's what precepts are talking about, especially at that time. It was real. It was becoming real popular, and it was in the Bible Thumping Wingnuts video, and he didn't oppose to the video in his content, like of what he said. He didn't oppose Bible Thumping Wingnut. I think he more so made an argument. I didn't see all the posts that he made, but if he did make an argument against the Bible Thumping Wingnut, like you're trying to make against me, I'd like to hear it.
I don't think anybody criticized the Bible Thumping Wingnut thing because it had the little drum beat thing. It was obviously a ponage thing. It was obviously meant to be quite silly. I had just seen it again recently because you had similarly quote mined Alex Botten, and it was by lifting it out of the same thing that Tim had done. I think somewhat tongue-in-cheek. I don't think it's entirely tongue-in-cheek, though. I do think that Bible Thumping Wingnut actually thinks that, yeah, when an atheist says something that just doesn't make sense to me, that's because the atheist has a screwed up worldview. He does not put in the effort. Well, there you go. There you go. You guys refuse. This is why, like when people say, this is why I call this state of the debate. This is why I think we are sometimes getting to the point where people are bickering and whatnot because the debate has kind of stalled.
Well, there was never really a debate, I don't think.
Oh, this is what started it. When I asked you what started it, this is what started it. Was I had put up a post that said something like, well, no, sorry, you started it because you said, well, there really isn't any debate. It's just atheists, just us showing atheists how dumb atheism is. And I'm saying that's right. I've not heard any positive apologetics from you guys, meaning the radical evangelicals, not Christians in general. But and you're saying, well, that's what it comes down to, showing atheists. But the thing is, I'm going to end it on this point. Unless you have something else to say, I'm going to start bringing in some other people because this to me is like this is where we locked horns this week, and that was you guys won't argue the things that we're actually saying. As soon as you hear something that you think is a little bit weird or you don't understand, like, well, why would Ozzy say what he would prefer to have an uncertain belief set? And under what circumstances does that comment even make sense? Well, you know what? Ask the guy. Get into a discussion about it. But you guys are happier than hell.
I did ask the guy.
Okay, I know. You also mentioned rather snidely this week my second, I think it was my second conversation with Matt Slick, where you were just like, man, Matt Slick just beat the tar out of you. And I'm like, I don't feel like I have anything to be embarrassed about. There are things I wish I would have approached differently in that conversation, but it's the same thing. He does exactly the same thing, and that is where you listen for a sentence that doesn't quite make sense to you, and from that you conclude that, well, therefore this guy's worldview is just crazy.
No,
so
I think that's a gross mischaracterization of what I do. Yeah. Well, that's okay.
Well, I think that the kind audience who's sat through more, you and I are up to an hour and a half of us going back and forth. It's fun though. You and I are really fun. The kind audience has enjoyed listening to us. They probably heard enough of my explanation of what every other atheist think. So we do have some other people in the room. For some reason, a couple of them I can't show in the broadcast. Dragnut is here. He was the first to join, and I would love to have him come on in. Wolf King has joined with comparable enthusiasm. I suppose he can come in.
Can y'all hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you. Okay, so Dragnut's in. They're just the icons.
Well, I'm on my shitty laptop, so I have to make sure you all hear me.
Okay. And we also have, so let's start. Abraham is here. Dragnut's in. Ozzy has had a chance to join us, and Matt Bell has joined us, and Wolf King has joined us. Is there any? I sort of want to come up with a speakers list, give everybody a chance, because I imagine you're here to sort of beat up on Arcane. There may be one or two things I said that was wrong. None of you guys are from Sheffield, are you? You're not here to complain about what I said about Sheffield? Okay, good. Who?
Maybe Dragnut.
Wave your hand. Who's got the most? Who's the most itch and eager here to jump in on what we got?
I'll go if no one else is jumping.
Please do. And Matt, if you're ready, say something in the side chat there, Matt, if you're ready to Go ahead. Please, Ozzy, go ahead. What's on your mind?
Well, first, thanks for the invite. So I've been watching for a little while, and I thought I would join in when I heard Arcane saying that he has yet to hear me respond to his charge and his question. His question was to me, I'm alleging that he's quoting me out of context by omitting more than half of the sentence in question, and he thinks that the qualification in the latter half of the sentence is unimportant, and he asks, how does that negate your claim that you'd rather have an incomplete, inconsistent, uncertain belief set? Well, it doesn't negate that claim. It explains the claim in brief, and then he sort of snidely wrote under that, I'll wait. And he did have to wait. I don't know how long he waited, perhaps an hour or so, I'm not sure. But over 5 hours ago, I responded. I responded under his original post, and I responded on my own Google Plus profile over 5 hours ago. It's been sitting there for hours and hours for him to view and read. So how about I just read it? What I said was, I'm not sure of what to make of your goading tone here, Arcane, as if there was some Herculean labor before me. In the video from which this half-quote was mined, I was making the very simple and uncontroversial point that consistency does not imply truth. That is, having an internally consistent belief set is, by itself, of no special value, since quite literally, every proposition in a self-consistent belief set could be false. Consistency just means one's beliefs don't contradict one another, but that doesn't imply the veracity of those beliefs, much less the veracity of the entire belief set. For instance, a person could believe the following three propositions. A, the moon is larger than a bread box, which is true. B, some men are bald, which again is true. And C, Arcane Logos is a world-famous Muslim apologist, which I take to be false. Notice that this set of propositions is internally consistent. One could believe all three of those, and they're not inconsistent with one another. None of those propositions implies or entails the negation of the other, either directly or indirectly. They are internally consistent. The set of propositions in that little belief set is perfectly consistent, even though it contains a false proposition, Proposition C, that Arcane Logos is a world-famous Muslim apologist. Now consider this set of propositions. Proposition 1, the moon is made of green cheese. Proposition 2, all men are bald. And Proposition 3, again, Arcane is a world-famous Muslim apologist. All three of those propositions are false, yet the set of those propositions still forms a consistent set. That is, none of those propositions, despite being false, imply or entail the falsity of any of the others in that set. All this just goes to show what we all know already, that consistency isn't truth. Having a self-consistent belief set is not an indicator, much less a determinant, of the truth of one's belief set. Or one could just consider a work of fiction, such as the Harry Potter books or the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Such fictive works may be false to fact, but they're all internally inconsistent. Internal consistency doesn't imply that such worlds are real. Now, a person's actual, complete belief set is going to be much more elaborate and just replete with inconsistencies, whether one realizes it or not. And one of the benefits of philosophical introspection upon one's belief set is that one can discover these inconsistencies and then embark upon some critical evaluation to see if one can identify which elements within the set need to be jettisoned. And this is rather difficult because the mere identification of an inconsistency within one's belief set doesn't tell us which one of the beliefs in the belief set is the false one and which ones are correct. In fact, there could be two that are incorrect. They could all be false. The identification of inconsistency, while important, doesn't supply one with the means by which to identify which element in one's belief set is the falsehood, whether there's one or more. Absent a good reason for thinking which is the incorrect one, one might jettison a true belief and retain a false one by mistake. And this is where evidence comes in. Evidence is what warrants our adoption and our retention of a belief within our belief set. And sometimes we have reasons for accepting beliefs which we know are incompatible with one another, but we don't know which one is actually false and being held on bad evidence. Or, as is often the case, one often discovers that one has as much reason for believing proposition X as for believing proposition Y, even though one may also recognize that X and Y are incompatible somehow. And so one of them, or possibly both of them, is or are false and should be ultimately rejected. But absent a good reason for choosing one over the other, we can't just jettison one over the other. And so this is why we all live with beliefs which we recognize exist in tension with one another, unable to identify, pending further arguments and evidence, which element in the set is the one that needs to be discarded and which to be retained. And this is why philosophers and all reasonable people recognize that it's more important to have beliefs that are justified and warranted by reasons and evidence, even if somewhere in that belief set there's a belief that conflicts with some other belief. Beliefs, it's better to believe, to have beliefs that you have reasons to think are true than beliefs you can't justify, but just happen to not contradict each other. A belief set that just happens to be consistent could be filled with falsehoods. Evidence and good reasons for thinking that each belief in the set is actually true is what we want. And so this is why it's better to have a set of beliefs which is properly motivated by good reasons. When one has good reasons, one has an actual rational motive for holding a belief with some confidence. But consistency by itself provides no such motive because, as I explained above, a perfectly consistent and coherent belief set could be composed of one or more or even entirely of falsehoods. So consistency isn't truth, and it doesn't imply truth. Inconsistency implies that at least one belief in the belief set contradicts some other belief in one's belief set. Not that the entire belief set or worldview is false and must be jettisoned in favor of some other set. So, given a choice between a belief set that's consistent but unwarranted and a belief set that's inconsistent where the beliefs in the set are warranted, the latter is the better choice. Or, Arcane, you could have just watched the video from which you quote mined, that is, my actual video, and you'd have understood why leaving out what you did was completely misrepresentative. So, I posted that 5 hours ago. I think that's a fairly fulsome reply to your question, and I seem to recall you actually remarked on it, so you know that I replied to it, so I don't know why you're saying that I didn't reply to it in answer to it.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. When we were talking, I was reading my post and it said I'll wait, and I remembered you responding and then I responding after, but I haven't heard anything since my last response, so it was a mess up on my part. Yeah, you did respond to that.
Okay, no harm done then. Anyway, so
but my response
does that make sense?
Does that make sense? I never got a response to what I responded to, but in short, I think you're talking about stuff more general than the specifics of what we were initially debating or discussing.
Well, no, you don't understand what I was talking about in that quote because you didn't watch my video. You watched someone's video where they quote mined one sentence and then half of another sentence. So of course you don't understand what I'm talking about and why it seems, puzzling to you. I could see why that would be puzzling, but I just think that's irresponsibility on your part.
Well, like I said in my response to that, all I saw was that quote, and I didn't mean to take you out of context. Like I said, if Bible thumping wingnut quote mind you, and then I took the quote from him and it wasn't in proper context, like I said, my bad. But then I went to argue against the point that you had elaborated on what you had initially said, and I guess I'll just read mine's much shorter, I promise you.
Okay.
It says, if a belief set is inconsistent, it's more likely to be false as opposed to a consistent belief set, and this is what all philosophers and rational people understand. For example, when you claim that your worldview entails that you, and I quote, have no guarantee that anything you claim to know is true, yet you consistently or constantly attempt to correct falsehoods, you're being terribly inconsistent. Think on it. If you have no guarantee of knowledge of the truth of anything, then you aren't guaranteed that your initial post is true. On the contrary, my worldview entails that I can have guarantee of knowledge. So for me to argue for true or false would be consistent
with my worldview. So in regards to debating the truth of respective worldviews, you are being inconsistent with your very own. And I think you know that is my contention, Ozzy. But I've never really heard you respond to that. And I don't,
Well,
and then, to be honest, I really don't see how you can. You might
it's a
try
failure of
to.
analysis on your part if you think that I can't. But
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd love to hear it, but I
okay, well,
think
let's start.
more
Let's
of
start
what
with the
you
first
do,
sentence that you gave in your reply. Could you reread that first sentence?
if a belief set is inconsistent, it's more likely to be false as
Wrong.
opposed to a
Okay, right,
consistent.
stop right there. That's wrong. Why do you think that? Could you give me a reason why you think that's true? Why,
For
if a
For example, when you claim that your worldview entails that you, and I quote, have no guarantee that anything you claim to know is true, yet you constantly attempt to correct the
no,
alleged
no, no.
falsehood
I'm asking you to justify
anyway,
the
you are
first
being
proposition.
terribly inconsistent. This is what I mean when I say if a belief set is inconsistent, it's more likely to be false.
If a belief set is inconsistent, then by definition, the belief set has an error in it. Could you
I
name
agree.
me anybody who has a belief set that doesn't have an inconsistency and doesn't contain an error in it?
The Christian.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're a Christian. You have a belief set.
Hmm.
Are you going to tell me that there are no errors in your belief set? I mean, a belief set is everything you believe.
That would make you
that
infallible, wouldn't it?
that would make you absolutely infallible. It would mean that any question I ask you, I'm guaranteed that the answer is right. You can't possibly mean that.
Well,
Right?
when you're talking about belief set, I thought we were talking about foundational beliefs here, not just every
No,
belief
no. Well,
that
see, if you'd watched my video, you would understand what I was talking about. I was talking about worldviews. That's what a belief set is. Okay, I mean, in philosophical parlance, a belief set is just a worldview. Okay.
right.
So a belief set is the set of your beliefs, the entirety of your belief set, right? Everything you believe, everything you explicitly believe and have consciously come to, and everything that you assume, and everything that you have learned and is now implicit, that you no longer even remember, but just act upon implicitly, that is your belief set, okay? Everybody has not just false beliefs, but inconsistent beliefs. Beliefs which, if they were to think them through, they would realize, oh, actually, that doesn't square with this. You know, I take this moral position here, but I hold this social policy over here on politics.
Now you're
And then you think
conflating.
them through, and you realize that, hey, there's an inconsistency.
Now
No. I'm sorry, but we're talking about what I meant in that passage, and I think I'm in a better position to tell you what I meant because I made the video. You can go back and watch what it's about. Okay,
you're going
it's
from
about
the
worldviews.
specific to the general.
I'm not going from
You're
the
going
specific to the
specific
general.
because when you're talking about worldviews, right? I'm not saying that everything that I believe is true. When I say that
No, I know you don't. I know you
when I
don't.
say that my belief set is without error. So if you want to categorize belief set as worldview, then yes, my worldview is without error.
A belief set is. I'm not characterizing a belief set as a worldview. That's what a belief set is. A worldview is a belief set.
I think that's the
Well, I'm not talking
definition.
about
That's
everything.
that's what a worldview is. It's your entire picture of reality.
Can
It's
you
your
hold
map
that thought
of
for a
reality.
second? Ozzy, just on technical points, I had some questions come up about this. So you guys are referring to a discussion that had started on Google+. So I posted the link to that discussion because you're referring to these messages that the audience isn't familiar with. So this started about 1:20 in this broadcast. So I've put the link. Arcane had actually started that post, so the post is available on Arcane's Google+ page. I've also posted the link in the comments section for this YouTube video, but now they're not linked to Google+, so I don't know how you guys will see it. But just so that you know what these guys are back and forth about, you can sort of read along to see what had started that. So I apologize. And then we do have a few other people. We do have a few other people. So let's try to, when you guys are figure you've sort of run aground, hopefully very soon. We've got some
let
other
me clear up
points
some things real quick. Maybe this can help this along a little bit.
Sure.
When I first heard your statement, Ozzy, it was on the Bible Thumping Wingnuts video. And as we all know, Bible Thumping Wingnut is a presuppositionalist. And in the context of what you were saying, even the elaboration of what you were saying seemed to me like you were addressing the presuppositional argument. So when you're talking about belief sets, foundational beliefs, I'm thinking you're talking about what the precept argument is designed to address, which is
Yeah, that's exactly correct.
not every single belief that you hold within your worldview,
Oh,
but
that's
the
not
foundational
correct.
beliefs that undergird your worldview. that you bring to your other beliefs, and that you even went on to that in your post and admitted that.
Well, wait, hang on. There's nothing to concede here. A worldview is a belief set. A belief set is a worldview. And in that video, I was talking about presuppositionalism. In fact, that video is called Presuppositionalism and Properly Basic Beliefs.
Okay.
So the whole point of that video is that presuppositionalism purports to have certain assumptions, make certain presuppositions, namely that the God of Christianity exists and the Bible is his infallible word, and that based on that you can have a coherent and consistent worldview. I argued in my video that in fact there's a whole raft of properly basic beliefs that you need even before that, before you can get as far as making those claims, and before you can assert the kinds of things that you want to assert as your presuppositions, as your Christian presuppositions. I have a fairly elaborate argument for that. What I am doing, though, in that particular passage that you quoted is I'm explaining how the fact that a person puts forward a consistent belief set, whether you think it's just the foundational beliefs or the whole of their worldview, doesn't matter, okay? The fact that you have two competing sets of beliefs, one of which is consistent, one of which is inconsistent, you should not simply choose the consistent one over the inconsistent one unless you have reasons for thinking that the consistent one contains beliefs that are true, right? Here's the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Here's a belief set, okay? Do you think it's true? No, I don't think it's true, but it's internally consistent, right? Now here's another one over here. Here's, I don't know, the Harry Potter novels or something. You cannot, on the basis of consistency, choose between worldviews.
Those are stories, though. Those aren't worldviews.
A worldview is a story. A worldview includes your entire narrative about everything.
Well, a worldview should include facts about reality, not necessarily a fantasy.
A worldview. Well, now you're begging the question about what's a fantasy here. I think your worldview is a fantasy. I think your worldview is just a preposterous fantasy, every bit as preposterous as Hinduism and Islam. Okay, you can't say, well, mine is fact-based and theirs is not. Okay, that is to beg the question here. So, when you are evaluating worldviews, you have to look to see, are there reasons for thinking that the worldviews are true?
Right.
Okay?
What's your reasons?
And my reasons are just the ordinary empirical ones that we would rely on, that you and I all rely on, which are ultimately grounded in properly basic beliefs.
For atheism?
Right? Well, what do you mean by atheism? If by atheism you mean
your worldview.
Atheism isn't my worldview. Atheism, that's ridiculous. Atheism isn't a worldview. I have a worldview, and on the basis of my worldview, I've come to the conclusion that there are no gods. I'm an atheist because of my worldview.
So
Okay?
you don't have
You've got it exactly
you have a
backwards.
worldview that doesn't include God?
No, I have a worldview. I have epistemological principles. I have metaphysical commitments. And on the basis of those, I've come to the conclusion that there aren't any gods, just like I've come to the conclusion that there aren't any unicorns. Okay?
Right, that's atheism.
A unicornism, right, and non-astrology are not the names of my worldview, and neither is atheism.
Sure it is. You have a worldview that does not
ridiculous.
include God.
How much of this is...
I have a worldview that doesn't include unicorns.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Talk for like 30 minutes?
This is the topic you guys get into quite, and I would actually like for us to even come back to this too, that beat up on what Ozzy means by worldview and whether atheism is a presupposition itself and that sort of thing. But let's wander around the room a little bit. I understand that Dragnut has something he has to move along. I think the topic he's going to raise is not on this topic, but something that happened 2 hours ago. But I'd love to hear from you because he says he has to move on to other things with his evening. So
I gotta go pay heed to the in-laws. So real quick, Arcane, you had said something similar to one of my future goals, and that's to try and inspire young kids of color, especially those who come from less than humble beginnings. And you said one of the ways you wanted to do this by teaching them philosophy, if I heard you right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how would teaching inner city kids, presumably teaching them philosophy, help them I guess, dismantle some of the systemic issues that help to oppress them.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part. There was some
Okay.
noise.
Okay, so but you and I, most people understand that there are certain institutions that create certain disparities for people of certain demographics. How would teaching them philosophy help them surmount those challenges?
Oh, because philosophy is foundational to everything. Everything that you do, uh, as far as goals are, is centered in your philosophy, your outlook, your approach. So if we can teach these kids how to better think critically about their surroundings and be more conscious of what they really are as people, there wouldn't be so much violence. There wouldn't be so much lashing out on one another. People would be more secure in who they are. They wouldn't have to turn to drugs or gangs or rap videos. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, keep their mind focused on better things. And that all starts with philosophical thought.
Okay, I mean, it sounds a little ambiguous for me. For instance, when I speak up on this issue, I name specific institutions such as the school to prison pipeline, the kind of a well-documented progression from specifically young kids of color in school being criminalized and labeled and marginalized, and then having them keep those labels and eventually moving them into the federal prison system or private prison system. How would philosophy help hinder that process or impede that process that's largely a societal thing?
Yeah, because philosophy is foundational to all of your beliefs. That's
So
why.
how does changing one's philosophy
Can I
help?
phrase this differently, Drag?
Okay, go ahead.
Because I think I know what you're getting at. I had beliefs and properly basic beliefs before I had taken a philosophy course in college. It's clear that you can form beliefs and you can have a way of going about how you view the world without philosophy. Now, it's not clear why teaching formal academic philosophy is going to be what solves these problems when you can analyze the problems without any background in philosophy.
Yeah, philosophy is basically like it's just our approach, man, to the world, to everything. How we know what reality is,
I
um,
think you're missing my point, though,
what
is
essence
what
is.
is the practical application? Because you don't necessarily need um,
Well, I'm not
philosophy
talking
for
about
any of these
I'm not
things.
talking about teaching philosophy 101 or no crap. I'm just talking about inspirational, spiritual, enlightening philosophical thought.
Well, I
So
mean, you can, again, then we don't need, that's, again, I have to question practicality, right?
Okay,
Like, what
practicality. For example, what does PhD stand for?
doctorate of philosophy? I don't think you want to go down this route. I'm a PhD student.
Well, then you should know what PhD stands for. Congratulations.
okay,
Well,
so there are kids who are being told that they are nothing. So telling them that they are something and having them believe in themselves is very important. But
Philosophy.
at the
telling
okay,
them that they are the
okay,
correct something,
okay, and that's cool. So
not lying
how?
to them.
Okay, I got that part. So from a practical standpoint, there are external forces at work here, and I say that as far as the institution itself. I guess how can I put this? Placing more, it's not necessarily intangible labels, but also discriminating against certain demographics when it comes to medical care. When it
Everything.
comes to when it comes to the issuance of certain punishment, having the benefit of doubt issued upon them in certain scenarios. On a personal level, what can they do to affect those external forces? That's kind of what I'm getting at, because you can
Well, they can
change your
find
mind
out
about a
who they
lot of
really are.
stuff.
They can find out who they really are and see past the fog and the lies that has been forced upon them since birth.
Let me try
Well,
this
that's
question then.
great, but that's not
Okay, I mean,
practical,
I can enjoy
Arcane.
getting my ass beaten, silly every day, but that's not going to change the ass beatings.
So let me ask you this real quick then. Arcane, in your view, does the proper study of philosophy, when done correctly, does it always lead people to a particular place or a particular status or state?
Not necessarily. It depends entirely on the person and their surroundings, their upbringing. A lot of external influences go into molding a person's philosophical thought or their ideology.
Okay, I'm just trying to flesh out here. Is it your view that if a person really understood philosophy and really approached it properly, they would become Christian?
I believe so, but I think that, like I said, external forces are at work within society that kind of keeps people from looking for the truth. We're dumbed down substantially, significantly, to the point where we don't care. I mean, I remember reading books as a kid, and all my friends had Game Boys, and I still read books to this day, and now I don't see hardly anybody reading books anymore. And it was like overnight. Like, books were actually cool when I was a kid. Now they're like, kids don't want anything to do with them. And, people can point the finger at whoever, but I have my own what you call radical belief about it.
Would I strike you as paranoid? Would I strike you as paranoid if I tell you straight out, it would be my interpretation, that your whole suggestion that you would want people to know more about philosophy, you'd want to teach young people philosophy, what you mean by teaching them philosophy, learning philosophy, is that they should come to Jesus. That's what I hear when you say that. Am I misreading you?
Well, I think everyone should come to Jesus, but that's not necessarily the intent behind what I said.
Okay. Well, I'm not. Okay, that's fine then. I'm not a mind reader, so I'm not going to pin that on you. Go ahead, guys.
Lines of what Dragnot was asking me about getting our people out of these horrific conditions, mentally and physically.
Well, I understand the mental aspect, and I think that can be kind of taken in stride with certain tangible changes, such as, as much as I hate to mention this guy's name, Dr. Umar wanted to start a boys' school, so removing children of color from public schools and putting them into institutions so that you have people who are heavily invested in their well-being and invested in their minds, as not just their physical prowess that they could potentially have. And so that's kind of the changes that I am personally looking to instill without all the homophobic nonsense that Umar does. So that's kind of where I want to see if you were along those lines, or did you have something different in mind?
Well, I mean, you got to start somewhere, and I think starting with the mind is not a bad idea. I mean, we can't do much with living conditions and stuff like that overnight, nor will the change of mind either. But it starts with the motivation in your mind, man. When you pull the wool over your eyes, and see through the fog, people are capable of much more than we give ourselves credit for, and that starts with a change of mind.
I'm not going to disagree with you about that at all, but I think there's a lot more that can be done on the physical realm that the mind is surely to follow along with. But
but if they're not smart enough to deal with the change or the current condition, they're going to mess it up. I think we need a complete uprooting from the bottom up with our people. I think we need to strip away all the nonsense and rebuild our state of mind.
Well,
are we going to do that with vague freaking terminology, or are we actually going to actually have some practical explanations to address these issues?
Well, I can sit and read Hume and Kant in front of somebody all day, but I give them an opportunity to dress nice and to be in front of people who care about their well-being. That's going to have a dramatic effect on them. Their minds can come along for the ride when they're well ready. You can't force someone's mind to change by reciting to them any great work. The mind doesn't work that way.
That's nonsense.
And we just so happen to have someone who is achieving their PhD. If I'm wrong, Dave, please tell me I'm wrong.
Dave isn't an expert on the subject.
I didn't say he was an expert. I said he was studying it. Okay,
so
so
I would rather,
waiting to get
I would
in,
rather,
so
I would rather,
if all guys all right, I'll have my say.
I would rather
I don't
ask
care what
Dave.
you would rather.
I would
I
rather
don't care
ask.
what you
Okay,
would rather.
thank you, Matt. Thank
No,
you.
thank you. I
Thank you,
don't care
Matt.
what you would rather.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much, Matt.
No,
So,
you can
Dave,
keep talking.
so
I can keep
I'm
talking.
polite. I'm being very polite
I
to you.
don't care. Come on, come on.
Okay.
You don't run the
So,
conversation.
so
You don't
I
run the
wanted,
hangout.
I addressed Matt
You need to go to
on
your
this
in-laws.
level. So, okay, there we go. So, Dave, am I wrong in my assertion?
Well, yeah, I guess what you alluded to was my master's dissertation was into.
Do you always have to act like a child, Matt? Seriously.
So,
I never had
okay, so Dave.
Hiding. Wait, 1 second.
Okay.
This is the reason why I want to be clear with this. The reason why I'm hiding Matt from the broadcast is because he's being disruptive. Drag had a question for Dave. Then Dave was going to, in the middle of his response until this clusterfuck of a situation happened. Dave, if you'd like to resume with what you were saying, it was about your master's thesis.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure how far you got into it before I was muted. Anyway, yeah, so what my master's dissertation was into the role of personal values and the acceptance of scientific evidence in relation to socio-scientific issues. Okay, which it gets easier to say every time. Basically, what I found interesting was that it's independent of scientific knowledge that people hold to issues. So, for example, if you have a religious person or politically affiliated with certain positions, they can know the same about science but not accept it. So it seems to be independent of what you know about science. It's this sort of something all fundamental. So it's not the fact that they don't know about science, it's the fact they have something else that's sort of stopping them from accepting certain positions anyway. So yeah, I was studying values, and it seems like the value of tradition. So if you score highly on the value of tradition, you're less likely to accept certain scientific positions. The same thing was true with religious affiliation. If anyone wants to read my master's dissertation, I'll send it via PDF or something like that. But yeah, so I guess to go back to the bigger picture, values is a massive, well, in certain topics, climate change and evolution, certain values were incredibly powerful predictors, whereas in GMOs and vaccines it's less of an issue. So when we're taking into account beliefs, it's not just about beliefs, it's also about values, and certain values like tradition and universalism, which is a bit technical, which I won't get into now, but there are sort of values play a massive role in how people believe and how beliefs manifest behavior, like Matt was saying before, which kind of touches upon my research, but I just found that interesting that he sort of explained my research and then disregarded my research. But anyway, if you want to rebroadcast him, I'll keep quiet.
Okay, yeah, and I'm about to take off, but yeah, that's kind of what I was getting into, and I've just seen a bit of this anecdotally. You can put forth all kinds of great and wonderful works and points across to people, but if they are not in an environment to increase their willingness to accept ideas and notions that challenge their own, then they're just going to disregard it. And then my personal goal was to create such an environment so that their minds can flourish, and that's where I wanted to see where Arcane was on that scale. But I guess he's kind of approaching it from a different aspect. So okay, thanks for the discussion. You all have fun. Matt, try not to have an aneurysm, before your 82nd birthday.
Yourself.
Oh, I will. Don't worry, Matt. Love you. Kisses.
Hey,
Right,
guys.
Matt. Who were you looking to talk to, Matt? Was it you had a question for Ozzy?
I'm looking for you to run the Hangout in the order that you said you were going to run it, and run it responsibly. Are you capable of doing that?
Thanks for your time, Matt.
Yeah. Thought not.
So I'm just going to excuse Matt. It's not so much what he was doing in the Hangout, but it was the side chat, and it's difficult enough to keep sort of a diversity in here and people getting along with each other and whatnot. I don't need people coming in and doing stuff like what he was doing in the side chat and being disruptive like that. So we've had a decent Hangout so far. So Matt was next, leaving us with who was after Matt. Sam, actually, I think you're saying that last bit, or who else?
I had a question for Arcane, but it's a bit left of field of this topic. I don't necessarily know if someone has something more pertinent to the topic we were just discussing, or something that's less orthogonal than what I was saying. I'd invite them to go ahead.
I don't care, man. Go ahead.
Well,
Don't bother
it's
me,
pretty
man.
interesting. One of the things that I found interesting, and I was sort of in and out when you were talking about Kent Hovind, is that I think one of the primary things that we should emphasize if we're going to talk about how to make our country more scientifically literate is the quality of education and you know, getting it so that, you know, it's not such a huge barrier of entry to get an education. You know, Arcane, we're both from Chicago, but I'm from a very different part of Chicago than you are. And for me, there really wasn't, you know, and I have to thank my parents for this, there really wasn't too much of a barrier in addition, you know, to being white. And I'm very thankful for that, of course. But one of the things is like, it seems like on, you know, the creationist side, it's let's take the legitimacy of a scientific authority until we don't. Which is to say that, you know, you'll quote someone blue in the face until as they agree with you until they don't agree with you. And I'm wondering, what role do you think, you know, the scientific establishment should have in, you know, people making up their mind on topics that they don't know much about?
I think they should stick to science. I think sound science should be taught, and I think we need to be more critically minded at weeding out the bull from the science and the philosophy from the science and the interpretation of the facts from the facts. I think once we do that, we'll be fine. But yeah, science is awesome. I love science. I've always
Well, what
loved
do you think a scientific education should entail?
science. Nothing more, nothing less.
That's really vague. Of course, a scientific education should entail. I'll give an example. I think that in high school we teach way too much rote facts about things rather than how to think in terms of hypotheses. The beauty of something like evolution is the fact that when you construct a hypothesis and you go out and test it, ultimately the hypothesis is confirmed. That's been the track record. And I think that, you know, a lot of things that of what the problems we have in education is we teach people rote facts. It wasn't until, you know, I took introductory biology with a fantastic teacher who ended up being my thesis advisor for my master's. Until I took a class with him, I had never taken a science course where the emphasis was on really, you know, what is the idea of forming a hypothesis and how do we interpret experimental results in light of hypotheses. So something like that, something that's actually a practical suggestion rather than, well, let's just teach science, because I'm not convinced that most of the people who object to evolution actually understand how to think like a scientist.
Huh. Well, I know a lot of scientists who would disagree with that statement. So what?
That's great, but could you answer the question, Arcane?
No, I did answer the question. Your question was vague. What do you think we should do about? What do you think science should be focused on? Well,
I asked what would get us to a more literate. That's not a vague question.
But to be more specific, I'll be more specific if you like. Stop wasting money on bullshit. Quite frankly, we get grants and stuff, and people get all these grants, and they waste a lot of money. And if you disagree with that, you're living in the freaking clouds. So I think we need to tighten up, our curriculums a little bit, teach more, or explore things that are more relevant than, come on, how much money have we spent on rockets and bombs and missiles and all kind of stuff that's not going to help humanity? So anything that's helping humanity, that's anti-war or anti-destroying the planet, I'm all for it. And that's really
so maybe I can rephrase the question in a better way. If suddenly by superpowers I was able to grant you some sort of superintendent or chief of curriculum or whatever you want to call the position, and you could implement a practical change in how we teach people science, what would that practical change be?
The practical change, I think, would be to remove evolution from the textbooks as a scientific theory, and just show the kids the facts of evolution, sort of like Ken Hovind's agenda. I'm for the facts. If there's facts supporting evolution and you want to teach those facts, awesome. But if you remove all the fluff and feathers and what ifs and hypotheticals that are attached to it,
I think kids will think more critically about what's true, and they'll see the truth that this is God's creation, and it's not an randomly evolved place or process.
Well, what do we teach instead of evolution? You know, you can say a lot of things about evolution, but anyone would agree that it's definitely a scientific theory that makes predictions.
Not everyone. Right? I know scientists that disagree with that. So
that's great, but they're in the minority.
Majority does not make.
No one would say that it doesn't make predictions.
I would say it doesn't. Well, you might be able to, say, well, if evolution was true, we'd expect to see this.
That's not what I mean by predictions. I mean, this is where we get into an issue of literacy here.
Or semantics.
When we look at what is taught in an evolutionary biology textbook, or more or less in a class, like when I took it, for example, we would go over some topic for the day. It could be something like genetic drift in population genetics, and you can basically, there are equations that predict how a population will change, how the genetic makeup of a population will change over time. Right? Those are predictions. In the same way that using Newton's equations, I can predict, how fast a baseball will move if I hit it due to the force, the mass, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, things change.
Those are very clear. Those are very clear predictions, and there are tons of those in all types. In evolution, because evolution has explanations of how things happen. What do we teach instead of that?
You teach the facts, which are science, and not long ago, far away, never seen it stories that we can't scientifically test, observe, or demonstrate. That's what we teach. An
example.
Like the notion that we're related to fish. Like, why do kids need to be taught that? It's not scientifically testable. So why is it taught as science? That is a philosophy.
We can look at genetic relatedness.
Ideology, a philosophy attached to science. Well, it has nothing to do with science.
I mean,
yeah, we observe
that we're related.
Here's an example. We observe genetic drift. Science. We see genetics change. Science. We see genetics change, therefore we're related to other things that have similar genetics, not science. You see the difference?
Well, first off, we can test whether we're genetically related. We can look at the genomic sequences.
No, that's begging the question.
Yes, we can.
You can test the similarity.
That's not begging the question. There's a prediction that's involved if we assume that two things are related. The same basic science that establishes a paternity test, the same basic science that establishes a paternity test can establish what our relatedness is to other organisms.
That's baloney, and you know it.
No, it's not baloney.
You're testing for humans, okay? You're not testing. If you tested, there's a reason why humans and chimps can't mate. It's called a genome. So until you can cross that barrier somehow and say that we can mate and become something other than our own genome, you can't sit here and say that you can test paternity in the same way you can test our relation to fish.
Arcane, do you think scientific theory is based on philosophical deduction?
Yes, the grounding of science is philosophy.
Something's only called a scientific theory if it's deductively conclusive.
Yeah,
you feel that's what qualifies a scientific theory.
It has to be rational. It has to be coherent. It has to be logical. These are philosophical.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Does it need to be logically deductive? You protested that correlation isn't causation, for example. It sounds like you're applying strict philosophical deduction to scientific method, and that's not scientific method. That's the problem you're having.
Well, the scientific method is a philosophy in itself.
Right, with assumptions and so forth, but what you're objecting to is the fact that scientific method doesn't produce philosophically deductive arguments.
I'm saying you can't get around philosophy. You can't really do that.
You're basically rejecting the scientific method. That's what you're doing.
Because
the scientific method is not Aristotelian logic. It uses Aristotelian logic, but for something to be called a scientific theory, you don't have a deductive formal syllogism.
Has to be logical. Can't be illogical.
Well,
Well,
logical just means internally consistent.
Right.
Nothing's particularly interesting about internal consistency that we were talking about before with Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter. They're internally consistent.
See, that's another thing. You're going from the specific to the general. So if you have a proposition that is internally inconsistent, then it's not going to. You're not going to have a coherent scientific theory. It has to be logical. It has to be rational. It has to be coherent. You have to be able to make sense of a scientific hypothesis and theory. So
Yeah,
I
but
don't,
all I'm saying
I
is
don't know why you're trying to say I'm against the scientific method because I'm for science philosophy. That's
Well,
boggles
can
my
I
mind.
just jump in with a quick question? You've mentioned the scientific method a number of times. Do you know what the scientific method is actually called? I'm just interested if you know that.
What it's called?
Yeah, as in like the Popperian view of science. Do you know what that's called? Do you know what that's based on? You know, because
Well, the
when people use the word scientific method, it's there's a number of scientific.
It's all it is a way of knowing and finding out about reality. It's what it ultimately.
Well, okay, it's not, but okay. What's the scientific method? Well, I'm asking you. Do you know? If you don't know what it's called, that's fine. I'm
we
not trying
don't
to
use
embarrass you. I'm
science
just
to
saying.
find out what reality is. Okay.
Arcane, let's be mature here, and let's just say if you don't know something, no one's going to judge you for not knowing something.
Yeah,
I actually don't know this, and I'm getting my PhD, so I'm very interested in what
I'm not
Dave
trying
has
to
to
embarrass
say.
anyone. Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't want to sound like I'm belittling anyone, but
Putting
when people
definitions
talk-
in the side chat and shit. Come on now.
I guess I'm just interested when people throw around the term scientific method that it does have a sort of specific, well, a Popperian meaning. There are different scientific methods. So if you don't know, well, the Popperian view is the hypothetico-deductive model. Okay, so if you want to Google what the scientific method is, that's where you should start. And Sam, if you needed to Google that as well. So when we talk about the scientific method, it's talking about at least a Popperian view. It's creating models that have yet to be falsified. So it's not, as you were saying, it's not determining what is true in reality. I think Sam gave the quote a few weeks ago of that all models are wrong, but some are useful. Does that sort of resonate with you, Arcane?
Yeah.
Well, that's begging the question. I think that God has given us the ability to find out the truth about reality, and I think scientific method is one of the methods that we use.
I would agree that well, here's the thing, right, is in general, science does seem to, on the basis of practical application, science does seem to give us, at the very least, the most useful picture of reality. I would say that. And this is why, if you take, I learned this when I took statistical learning 2 quarters ago, which is this quote by George P.E. Box that Dave was alluding to, which is that nearly all models are wrong, but some are useful. And we can look at the track record of scientific knowledge, and we've been wrong about, it's called the pessimistic induction, right? We've been wrong every step of the way. We just get less wrong over time. It's not that we get more right. And so that's the beauty of science. It's the beauty and it's the agony of science, because on the one hand, we're never going to get things that are terribly certain, in terms of, if I do a mathematical proof, I can prove that I can prove properties of odd numbers based upon just the definition of odd numbers in number theory. But I'm never going to be able to prove something with certainty in science, and that's because the best that I can hope for is something that is the least wrong, rather than something that is the most certain.
Yeah, well, I think we just have different ways of looking at it.
Well, I mean, I'm also talking from a perspective of experience in the field, right? Like, when you publish a paper, right, the art of publishing a paper and doing science is the idea that, my current primary investigator called this, it's the art of telling the same story in 4 different ways. Because ultimately you just have to walk by each possible other explanation and falsify it until you're like, well, see, my idea is probably the most correct. I mean, this is just a matter of practice. What are you suggesting in result to this?
Let me ask you a question. Are there scientific facts at all?
What do you mean by there are facts? What do you mean? What would delineate a fact or a scientific fact?
Well, a fact that we've attained through science.
Yeah.
Through science.
I guess another way to ask the question, Arcane, is: do you think the scientific method leads to philosophical certitude?
I think that we can attain things that are facts, that are certain about the reality through the scientific method. Absolutely. Just like how we, invent technology and stuff like that. These are things that you need facts to make, like, let's say a computer. You need to know your facts in order for it to work. And the only way we gain those facts is through testing, observation, making hypotheses, testing them, failing them, making new ones. I mean, so...
Yeah, but you think those lead to a philosophical certitude?
Well, yeah. Well, I think you can't separate them. I think philosophy grounds science, and science...
This is the heart of the matter. This is where we're having the problem.
Well, I asked a question, are there scientific facts or not?
Well, I don't know what you mean. What is the difference between just a normal, plain old fact and a scientific fact?
Fact? Oh, well, you can classify anything damn near as a scientific fact if you are vague about it.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking, Arcane. You're being vague.
Well, like, facts, okay, you know what facts are, and you know what
no,
science...
I'm asking you what differentiates just a plain old fact from a scientific fact.
Is there anything known to be a fact, okay, that we have gained through science?
Well, there are operational facts.
I gotta jump in on the issue of facts, just because we're using the word in a couple different ways, and I feel compelled to muddy it even more by saying how I think scientists conventionally use the word fact. Some of the things that you're describing, Arcane, and I think Floyd was asking about, and those misuse the word fact a little bit, in which you mean there is conclusion or an inference that's drawn from available facts considered within a particular theory. Okay, so a fact is something. A fact, maybe a better way to look at it is an observation. Okay, so let's take it out of the realm of science for a second. Let's go back. Let's go in the Wayback Machine to when people thought O.J. Simpson had killed some people. The facts of the case were that they found blood speckles on the socks, that there were these gloves that they found. I mean, they found a couple of dead people. That was an important fact. Some of the facts were that there were testimonies and things that O.J. had said. He'd been at certain places at a particular time. He was in his backyard practicing his golf swing or whatever else. Those are the facts. Now, if you're to ask me, is it a fact that O.J. killed those two people, I would say, well, that could never be a fact. Because that was never observed. That's not an observation. That would be a conclusion or an inference that is drawn from the available facts within in the context of a particular theory. So going back to how science approaches this, facts may be things like if you feed people a steady diet of ice cream, they get diarrhea, right? That would be a fact because that's an observation we can make. Now, so the underlying mechanisms and these sorts of things that making conclusions. More to the point. Let's do the one here. More to the point. More to the point is do humans and chimpanzees have a common ancestor? Is that a fact? It could never be a fact because it's not directly observed. The facts would be things like we can take human blood samples, we can take chimpanzee blood samples, and we can do these statistical comparisons. Additional facts would be we find all these various bones of humans. We find these bones of chimpanzees going back through history. They tend to converge at the same morphology and the same geographical locations. Those would be facts.
Whether we observe them or not.
No, I'm saying how the term is used in science. It's better to treat the word fact in the scientific context as to be comparable with the word observation, as opposed to the word conclusion or inference. I think that we're using it in two different.
That's why, and thank you, HogTie. That's exactly what I was asking, because I was kind of getting 2 cents. When I think of like a rote scientific fact, I'm thinking of something that's just plainly an observation that isn't theory laden. Whereas I think.
Yeah, and I think what Floyd was asking when he was saying, well, are there scientific lead to certitude? He's saying when you make a conclusion, can we be confident of the conclusion? Can we deem that the conclusion is truthful? I would prefer not to call that a fact. Like if we say, if somebody makes the claim, humans and chimpanzees have a common ancestor, that can never be a fact. That would be a conclusion or an inference that's either true, that is, it comports with reality, or it's not true. If we avoid using the word fact for that, I know what you mean when you say fact in that way. You're saying, well, it's an inference that happens to be true. But that confuses it because scientists tend to use the word fact as being the observations that are made.
May I say a little something on this? The word fact serves a kind of double duty in ordinary parlance. When we use the word fact, a lot of the time all we mean is a state of affairs. And it's not necessarily an observable state of affairs. Like there's a fact of the matter right now about how many stars there are, and how many protons there are in the universe, and how many grains of sand there are in my backyard. Nobody knows what the facts are. Nobody knows how many grains of sand there are in my backyard. And nobody knows how many protons there are in the universe right now, or if it's an even number or an odd number. Presumably there's a fact about how many protons there are in the universe at any given moment. At any given instant, there is a number, there's an integer, a very large integer. No one knows whether that's an even integer or an odd integer. It might be an unknowable fact. We might never be in a position to know that fact. Okay, but we also use the word fact not just to mean a state of affairs, a way that reality is, a proposition that truly describes reality. We also use it in a more constrained way, as HogTie is elaborating on here, to describe observation sentences, right? States of affairs that are quickly decidable, that we can settle upon, right? Think of the word established fact. Often when we're talking about facts in science, we're talking about established or establishable facts, right? Facts in evidence, right?
Right.
So there's an equivocation here. So very often when scientists are talking about facts, because science is an empirical enterprise, not a philosophical enterprise, they're much more concerned with those states of affairs, that subset of more general facts, for which they can produce evidence, usually in the form of indirect and direct observations. And indirect observations are always going to involve inferences, and even direct observation is theory-laden. I mean, if I just draw a figure on a piece of paper and I ask you, does this represent a cube or not? There's an actual visual interpretation going on there. I mean, the facts are never just the facts. I mean, if you study any philosophy at all, any philosophy of science and epistemology, one of the first things you're going to learn is that facts are theory-laden. Something is only a fact relative to a certain theory. Facts are themselves interpretations. It's not to say that there isn't just data out there. There aren't actual states of affairs out there. Everything's just in our minds. But whenever you characterize reality in any way, you are in fact interpreting what is happening, what is going on, what irritations are happening on our sensory surfaces, whether it's our skin, our eyes, our ears, whatever. All of that is theory-laden. All of that is interpretation. So we use the word fact in a lot of ways. One way that we use it is just to describe a state of affairs, and we also use it in a much more narrow sense to refer to established and establishable facts by methods that are equally accessible to any competent observer. And that's the kind of fact, the latter kind of fact is what scientists are usually talking about when they
Right, and that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Something that we can observe to be what we assume, I guess, to be the state of affairs. So, for example, science led us to the fact that our blood cells are sickle-shaped.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone agree with that?
Some people.
Some people, yeah. Some people have sickle
cell anemia.
Certain individuals, like probably you and me.
Right, right. Science led us to the fact that people have cells that are sickle-shaped.
But why?
Well, wait, come on. I just waited all that time. I mean, let's get back to the point that we were actually talking about, which was science bringing us to facts about reality. I believe that's the case.
Well, I mean, I don't think that it's necessarily...
Hold on, dude. Let's follow this line of reasoning where we should take it. If facts are true, which you assume that they are because you're talking about the state of affairs, what is the case? And truth is that which comports with reality, and you say that we have facts, that means that science brings us to the truth about reality in that sense. So yeah, you can use it in two different ways, but the way that I'm using it is in the way that HogTie and Ozzy just explained, in what we can observe. We have scientific facts about reality.
Well,
I would say that there's nothing about the observation of a sickle cell in the bloodstream. That isn't necessarily scientific. I mean, I think that's just an observation. The thing that incorporates it into a scientific vision of what's going on is the fact that we have a whole theory, which seems, or set of hypotheses, whatever you want to say, as to why people who have sickle cell, why people with a certain type of anemia tend to have sickle cell, a sickle cell trait.
But that's a different question.
But one of those is scientific. One of those is just an observation, right? The thing that makes, in my view, the thing that makes science isn't just these rote observations, but rather, like Ozzy said, it's the ability to create models or theories in a way that is interpretable.
I mean, come on, that's just, I mean, at this point it's just semantics. When I'm talking about scientific, I mean, we use the scientific method to discover these facts. Not necessarily that we have this whole elaborate theory of what a sickle cell.
We don't need the scientific method to discover the sickle cell trait.
Is a scientific observation.
No, it's an observation. You don't need to set up an experiment that you don't need to set up an experiment in order to observe it. It's just an observation.
Hang on a second.
When we speak of science,
wait, please, just one second. Arcane, why are you trying so hard to establish a baseline answer to the question of scientific fact? You're going somewhere with this, and I think part of the reason why, I think you're getting your heels nipped at, and rightly so. But you're going somewhere with this, so why don't you jump from there to where you want to go with this? You asked the question: is there scientific fact? If somebody had just said, yes, Arcane,
over me, that's retarded.
Yeah, no. If somebody had just said, yes, Arcane, there are scientific facts, put ding, where would you have gone from there?
Well, I just went with it. I was asked a question about why do I feel like science brings us to the truth of reality, because Sam disagreed, and I was giving my point of view, and I think my point stands.
Well, I mean, I don't think Sam would disagree that science brings us closer to reality, but I think Sam just doesn't want to make the naive claim that any given scientific theory is a perfect model of reality.
Who said that?
He just wants to make sure. He just wants to make sure that he's not misunderstood as saying that, I think. And I don't want to put words in his mouth.
No, that's absolutely correct. If I can say it myself, it's that in science, what science does beautifully is it tells you what is wrong, right? It tells you that a certain hypothesis or set of hypotheses is wrong. When it comes to establishing truths, we can only say things, when we come to a scientific conclusion, we can only say things provisionally. That doesn't mean that they're not our best intuition as to what's actually going on out there. It just means that we can't establish them as brute facts.
Yeah, that's why I brought up philosophical certitude.
If I may add to that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Abe.
Oh, right, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit to that. So science could, so a theory that is made by science could never be a fact, because a theory is just a collection of observations, which is what we call facts, right? So you would never have enough facts to be absolutely, certain of something. There's always a small margin of error, because there could always be another fact that is discovered that could falsify something or other, an inference made. So you can never call a theory a fact. Really, it's just a collection of facts that point in the general direction of an inference.
Well, I would disagree, because you have to come to those collection of facts using the scientific method too. So that's the way that I'm. That's
facts
the way
are just observations.
I'm talking about using.
You don't need the scientific method to make an observation.
Dude, that's included in the scientific method is observation. So
but dude, stop. That's sensory experience, though. That's just knowledge of that comes through your senses, and the validity of induction. I mean, that's really what all our knowledge is based on at the end of the day with regard to observable reality. That's not. I mean, granted, the scientific method is a model for how we, comprehend the physical universe, but that's really just comes natural with regard to our senses and induction.
Here's the difference. Scientific fact, in my opinion, is something that we have used science to ascertain or obtain.
Well, why did you use opinion in that and try to state it to me?
I mean, I think that that's really, it seems like kind of a loosey-goosey definition. I mean, I would, like, I don't really see, we don't need science to ascertain a, you know, the root cause of the sickle cell trait, right? We know that it's this certain variant of hemoglobin, the hemoglobin gene, that's found primarily in sub-Saharan Africa.
You know that.
We know that. But that in and of itself, that observation, the chain of causality that we know, that's due to science, right? That's the conclusion, right?
That's
because
what I
we
mean.
constructed all of these models that may turn out to be wrong. It seems incredibly unlikely given the strength of the support for the hypothesis. But that's what it is. But if we want to talk about just the brute observation that people with a sickle cell trait have, or people with a certain type of anemia have this sickle cell trait, you don't need science to do that. You just need the necessary technology. It just happens to be that, yeah, you know, the thing that spurred the creation of that technology
was science.
But, you know, we can look at something like for example, the first people to create microscopes were not scientists. They were lens makers. So, you know, if you want to say that...
I disagree with that.
You know, the lens makers...
Come on.
So, like, would you call, like, the observation of you know, by that same token, would you say that, like, was it, you know, is it a lens-making fact that there are microorganisms in pond water? Because that was the root thing that invented that technology of observation.
No, but engineering and manufacturing is a science, though.
Those are technologies. Those are applied applications. Those are applications of science.
I mean, come on now. Don't let's sniff at the applied. I mean, they're all part of the same big family, right?
No. I don't mean that just they're applied sciences, but they are applications of science. I mean, take away the science and there's nothing left, right? There's nothing to apply, right? I mean, when people talk about a scientific fact, what they usually mean is that this is a fact like any other, except that the fact is either delivered to us by methods properly belonging to some branch of science, or it's a fact in the sense that it's a conclusion far along in the process in a scientific theory. And it comes to us that way. So it's either a scientific fact in the sense that it's a conclusion, a conclusion in a long chain of inferences embedded in a scientific theory, or it's just a brute observational fact delivered to us by some scientific technique, like radio, telescopy or something like that, right? So that's usually what we mean by a scientific fact. It's just that this is a fact like any other. It's just a fact about reality. It's just that it was delivered to us through the avenue of science, either through the corpus, the content of the theory, or through some technology or technique or some specific method within the scientific discipline in question.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. So, but all that is to answer Sam's question, because he was asking you, what do you mean by a scientific fact, and you weren't saying it. You're making it sound like it's any other. It's a fact like any other. Well, yes, in one sense, it's a fact like any other, but there's a reason why we put the qualifier scientific in front of that word fact. It's
that's what I said several times, that it was a fact getting through some avenue of science, just like what you said. Yeah. I said that over and over.
Yeah, I don't think it was quite so clear. But anyway, can I say something?
As the person who asked the question, I would tend to agree with what Ozzy just said, because I understand what you mean now, Arcane, but it's not because of what you said.
Okay.
Okay.
Arcane, I don't mean that as a criticism or as a snide remark. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think Arcane was trying to articulate what I was saying, though. But the way you put it was, you just said, Arcane, as you said, you just take the word science and you take the word fact and you put them together. Well, that doesn't sort of explain.
Well, no,
what's different about a scientific fact.
Yeah, that was after I said several times that through the application of science, we discovered things that are factual, and that, when he said, well, what do you mean by scientific fact? I said, well,
take the word scientific and its implications, take the word fact and its implications, put the two together, and you get a scientifically discovered fact. But that's really just dragging us on at this point. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd really like to dig more into why he was asking me that question.
Okay, so Arcane, I think I know what you meant now, and I'm gonna give an example, and I'm gonna say what I think you meant, and I guess you can respond afterwards and see if that's correct. So what I'm understanding is, so I'll give the example first. You can grab a telescope, point it at the sky, and you can observe the stars. Okay, operating under the definitions given earlier for a scientific fact, that star would be a fact because we're observing it, right? Now, what we know about that star, so inferences we've made about that star, so we could say, well, what's going on in that star? Oh, well, atomic fusion. That would be it wouldn't be an observation. It would be an inference made through a series of observations. And what I think Arcane was trying to say is that a scientific fact is the inference that was made through those observations.
No, not
No,
necessarily.
okay.
Because I know the difference between a theory and a fact. But I think that's the distinction I was trying to make initially when I was talking about what I would do with teaching science, is teaching people how to differentiate people's interpretations from the facts, people's theories from the facts.
Okay.
I mean, the way that you frame that to me seem, and I don't mean any offense by this, but it seems to be that, you know, it portrays a certain ignorance regarding what actually goes on in actual scientific discussions, right? It's not just that, you know, when people are making, you know, okay, this fits into, this would be evidence for this, you know, theory or this view of what's going on, that it's just simply an interpretation. But when we look at, you know, why trained professionals in science there tends to be way more agreement as a profession among scientists on you know, certain topics than among other professions, and I think it's because of the fact of what a scientific discourse is, right? It's about ruling out other possible explanations. It's not just about these, you know, if you make an interpretation, great, but no one cares about your interpretation unless there's a way to test it and a way to actually examine it. You know, if you've run the proper statistical analysis or you've run the proper gel or DNA sequencing.
Sorry, Sam.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Just as strange as it may seem, because this topic actually has a lot of momentum, and I think it's great when a Hangout goes like that. But again, I'm mindful I don't want it necessarily to be too long. And I'll remind people that the topic, there really isn't sort of a topic to this Hangout. It was just that Arcane was quite happy to come in and chat with people. So you'll notice that when he and I started the show, we kind of like just ran over a whole bunch of different topics. And so there really isn't a single topic for the show. It's just what we want to know is what's on your mind, Arcane, from sort of a wide diversity of topics. So I just don't want to get... I normally love doing a Hangout about like how science works and whatnot, but I think we kind of dug into that sort of, you know, how inference works and what fact might mean, that sort of thing. So I wonder if we can bump it onto something else. There is a question that I had wanted to ask. It'd be great if Ozzy and Ozzy and Floyd and Arcane are all in the room when I ask this question. You'll see why. Ozzy might have to leave shortly. I think maybe a way to get our way back to that path is, I think Ozzy wanted to make a point about that there was a goodness, a fit of evolution, or whether evolution qualifies as something, or Ozzy can explain it. And if you have a moment afterwards, Ozzy, you can either work with Floyd to answer this other question I have about philosophy, about presuppositions, or you can bail and leave Ozzy, or Floyd, leave Floyd's capable hands. What was your point about evolution, though?
Okay. Well, the first thing I'd like to say is, Sam, I'd love at some point to have a discussion with you on air, off air, whatever you wish, about the scientific method. I like a lot of what you have to say on the subject, but I think sometimes you're a little bit too Popperian and negative when you talk about science as being about disproving false theories and false models. I mean, that's all true as far as it goes, but I think that science aims for more and is valued for more than just that. But anyway, that's just a sort of a throwaway comment. Hopefully an invitation to talk about this some other time.
I agree. I'm being really general here rather than like referencing stuff like especially Thomas Kuhn, who I think his ideas are really interesting on the topic as well. And yeah, I'm trying to display it in what I would see my practice, my experience in practice of science in this context. But I would be more than willing to have a discussion because I'm always looking to learn more on that perspective of stuff.
Okay. Well, I wanted to say something about the reason I rejoined the Hangout is I was watching it, and I was going to go take a walk, but I overheard you guys talking about whether or not evolution is science. Arcane wants to evacuate evolutionary theory from the curriculum because, as he sees it, it's not scientific. And this is a claim I hear made all the time. And the typical objection has to do with...
Well, wait, before you go any further, it's just particular aspects of the evolution theory. Like I said at the beginning, if there are facts that support it, teach it.
Right, yeah. Well, I think that's what they do. I mean, having gone to university and studied evolutionary theory, my wife's an evolutionary biologist. It was a sort of a keen area of research, a subspecialty of mine when I was doing my grad work. So I have some sense of what goes on and how it's taught, both at the high school level and in university.
Well, here's the contention. Things that are taught that could be interpreted in another way, that are strictly interpreted and taught in an evolutionary light, that should be discussed in philosophy class. Now, the facts of genetic drift, no one disputes that. The facts of
genetic drift is a theory as much as anything else.
Creation, the rest of it, if we can observe it and test it, teach it. But to say that because we see these things, therefore we all share a common ancestor, I think that's disingenuous when it could be explained in a different light.
Every theory is based on facts which could be interpreted in another way. The question is, what theory explains best? Which theory explains the facts and evidence the best? Well, that's where we disagree. And I would say and overwhelmingly scientists. Well, the scientists get to sort of make the decision on whether or not the God hypothesis is a good explanation. The problem with the God hypothesis is that the God is positing an The problem with positing an omnipotent God is it doesn't explain anything. The universe could look completely different.
Nonsense.
Than we say. Oh, let me finish. The universe could look completely different. Every organism could look completely different than it does, have completely different traits than it does. And a creationist could still say God ordained it thus, specially created the organisms this way, or created them to evolve in this particular way. And everything would be the same. The problem with the God hypothesis is that it predicts nothing because it precludes nothing. It's like having a theory that says, take this cup, okay? Take this cup. I'm going to make a prediction about this cup. If I let it go, it will either fall down, it will go this way, it will go that way, it will go up, it will go forward, it will go back, it will stay there, it will spin in the air, it will dematerialize, it will turn into daisies, it will implode on itself, all kinds of things, right? If I have a theory that says something like that's going to happen, any one of those, right? And then this happens, I can say, hey, see, my theory was corroborated. But unfortunately, my theory predicted not this in particular, it predicted every possible state of affairs, every possible outcome. And that's the problem with the God hypothesis and positing an omnipotent God, is that the universe could look completely different than it does. The relationships that we find at the genetic level and at the visual taxonomic level could be completely different than what we find. And a theist could come along and say, this is just God's handiwork. This is how he wanted it, right? This positing a God that has the power to create all of reality in this way or some other way predicts nothing, precludes nothing. It's a worthless theory. It's not a model that predicts or precludes anything. And that's why scientists think that you've got to leave God out of the equation here, because it's vacuous. It's just what you're saying is there exists a force in reality that has the power to make things thus and so. How they happen, we don't know. Why they happen, we don't know. Could we observe how this happened? We have no clue. This is not a candidate for a scientific theory. If you want to have a scientific theory, it has to be able to make predictions. It has to be able to rule out certain possibilities. That's the principal distinction here.
It has and it does. I mean, that's just ridiculous to say that because God could have done it any sort of way, therefore has all explanatory power. He has none.
Has no explanatory power.
Because there's no.
First of all. Second of all, no one is positing God as a scientific theory to be taught in the class. Well, at least I'm not. That's not what I'm advocating. And it's funny when we're
What should be
talking
taught?
I don't want it taught in a philosophy class either, because it's not an explanation. It's not an explanation. I don't want it taught as an explanation.
Until and unless God, and until and unless we can figure, we can figure out that how God, we cannot figure out that God.
Okay, first of all, we're not even talking about that. We were talking about whether or not evolution is scientific, and this is what evolutionists always typically do, is say, well, God isn't the answer. God can't be the answer because God could be the answer. I mean, come on. First of all,
I was going to answer that issue. I was going to answer that issue, but you
intelligent design, first of all, aren't saying, well, God could explain it, therefore God did it. At all. So that's a complete
doing
of anyone who holds positions such as myself that design implications in nature are evidence for a creator.
Well, how do you design an experiment to prove the existence of God?
If I can finish a sentence, Gus, I mean that would be cool, but I guess not.
Okay, Captain, put upon. Go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, talking about freaking looking at things in nature. Like for example, I'll be specific. Looking at genetics or looking at fossils, okay, you can interpret the fossils to say, well, there seems to be evolution. You can look at the genetics and say, well, it seems to be evolution. I, or another scientist, can look at the same fossils, same genetics, and say it looks to be that this was designed.
But how do you make that conclusion?
What you're wanting to do is say, well, the majority of people say that it's evolution, therefore we should respect the majority of authority.
Nonsense.
That's not what's being said. Wait, can I give an example to maybe clarify this?
Can I finish?
Dang.
I mean, I just let Ozzy go on for like 10 minutes, and I can't even get out more than 3 seconds.
What we're saying is, Arcane,
well, what I'm saying is address the issue. Don't sit here and say, well, God isn't the answer. I'm asking you.
That's not what Ozzy's saying.
What I said about evolution, which is, it's not, certain aspects of it are not scientific, but they are portrayed to innocent children as if it is scientific.
Innocent children, as though we're indoctrinating them with evil stuff.
Yes, you are, and it's nothing more than
nonsense. Utter tripe. Utter tripe.
We have facts.
Let's get back to the
looking
point
at the same facts. It's just your group of people is coming to a different conclusion than my group of people, and you want to say the first thing is because you have the consensus, and that's nonsense.
Okay,
so I hate to break it to you, but argumentum ad populum is not a fallacy that you can use when you're talking about an enormous population of scientists.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. The argument from authority is only a fallacy when you're citing a false authority.
Well, there's authorities who disagree with your authority. So
you're talking about a fraction of a percent.
It doesn't matter if one person is still an authority in the field.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Yeah, but if the facts, okay, here's the thing: if the data is verifiable,
the authority holds your view. Well, then you're right. I mean,
if the data is verifiable amongst other members within that community, I mean, it could be trusted.
It's still a fallacy.
No, actually not. You can demonstrate on how it's not. I mean,
well, I had something I wanted to say.
Go ahead, Sam. Get the fuck out.
So Arcane, I think you're kind of missing this this point, which is that if I say that there are models implicit in how species diverge, such that if I'm to take the genome sequences of 20 species,
this is your
I should expect to be able to. You just complained about people interrupting you. All right. If I was to run, some sort of phylogenetic algorithm that classifies these species, that I should expect this arrangement, and only this arrangement, because of the facts that we know about how these things diverge. When it comes, is there something I can do similar for design? Is there something where the system could have evolved, or not even evolved? The system could have arisen in such a way that this is, a priori what I expect from design.
Well, what you expect from design isn't necessarily what would be designed, so that's a dumb argument. What I'm talking about is you taking your
It's
interpretation.
not a
of
dumb
what
argument.
you
I
think.
mean, what I'm
It is a
essentially
dumb
asking
argument.
is
I don't
what
know how else to
experiment,
put it. Is a
what
dumb
experiment could I run, right? Like I have laboratory resources.
argument.
What
How about Watson and
experiment?
Crick? How about the Watson and Crick experiment?
Which I mean, are you referring to the model of DNA? Because that wasn't an experiment.
Well, their experiments led to the discovery
They
of
didn't
the.
do any experiments. They
I don't
took
know
the
what you're
experimental
talking.
they took the experimental results of Rosalind Franklin. They didn't do any experiments.
Well, they're still working off of experiments. I mean, you want to be petty, then by all means, hang
I'm
your hat.
not being petty. This is a matter of scientific record.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, what they discovered, okay, was a DNA code. You're sitting here talking to me about codes as if codes can just pop out of thin air.
Well, okay, but they're not the ones who actually
Your
decoded
theory
how
cannot
DNA
explain
works.
the
They
code.
discovered.
You're talking about
I mean,
algorithms.
that's
DNA has its own algorithms. It has its own
no,
linguistic. Yes, it does.
no, it doesn't have its own
DNA is
algorithm.
not a language. It doesn't have punctuation.
Well, no,
It
let's
doesn't.
go
Yes,
on to
it
this
does.
thing
It has
because I
punctuation,
have a
grammar,
degree in algorithm.
syntax,
I have a degree in
like any
computer
other language.
science.
I can't use DNA to tell you how to go to the bathroom. I can't use DNA to tell you how to make a paper doll. I can't use DNA to tell you how to cook a pizza. That's not what DNA is for. It's not a
Yeah,
language.
it talks to the
If it
cells,
cannot
not you.
communicate- If it cannot communicate universal concepts across from one sentient being to another, it is
It
not
does.
a language.
Second by
No,
second
it
basis. You're
I just got
ignorant.
done telling you why
I'm
it
just going to
doesn't.
stop talking
This-
until you're
It
ignorant.
just,
Gus,
it just, it
Gus,
just
let
got
him get
done.
through a sentence. Let him get through a sentence.
No, he can't because he's talking nonsense. DNA
Oh,
is
stop fucking
absolutely
around, Arcane. I shut up, so go ahead and talk, okay? Stop fucking around and talk.
Well, I've been talking. I don't know if you can hear me. Maybe you should
Okay,
take the
enough
out
with
of
the
your-
petty side chat. Just get to your point, please.
Yeah. Anybody who's not living under a rock or in serious denial of reality knows that DNA is absolutely a language, and there's not a single biologist, geneticist, information scientist on the planet who would say that it's not. And if you can
I'm
find,
a biologist and an information scientist, so I'm interested in this.
yeah, so explain to me how it's not a literal language, and I'd really like to hear it.
What do you mean?
I
Do
really
you
like
mean
Gus's
language, do you mean language in
who
a...
has any credibility whatsoever will
I'm in the
disagree.
middle
I
of a sentence,
with,
okay? Like, you can't complain about people interrupting you and then you act just as rude.
I wasn't finished, so stop crying and go ahead and give me
You
a
asked
reason why.
me a
it's not a language.
question, and I took that from the general cues of how humans tend to conduct themselves, that I'm supposed to answer it.
Why is it not a language?
Well, first off, one of the central definitions of what a language is, and I'm not a linguist, is that it's meant for communication. DNA doesn't communicate.
It doesn't communicate.
Thank you.
No.
So I can't find. So if I find a scientific paper right now that says that the genetic code communicates, you will recant.
Please bring it. Bring it.
Bring
up.
it, and I'll
Yeah,
actually
I-
read the paper. I mean, I can put it through a university server, like...
What? Anybody can go on Google Scholar and Google any scientific paper dealing with genetics and.
Okay, but I also have...
So you're bluffing about
reason
having
here
You're a
that I'm
biologist,
pursuing.
dude. If you're a biologist, the central dogma of molecular biology is information processing.
bullshit.
No, the central dogma
Yes,
of
it is.
biology is that the idea that is that the flow of genetics is
Information.
from... Can you let me complete my sentence? The flow of genetics starts at DNA, and then that DNA is transcribed into RNA, and then that is translated into, protein.
So
I mean,
transcription and translation has nothing to do with information.
That's right.
no, those are biochemical events. I wrote my master's thesis on
It's the rough equivalent
translation
of
initiation.
It's
That's
the
why
run.
if you're in
It's the
denial
rough
of reality or
equivalent of.
living under a rock to say
It's
anything.
the rough
I mean,
equivalent
I wrote
of
my
punched cards on a
master's
player
thesis on the
piano.
topic, so...
It's the rough equivalent of punched cards on a player piano. Yes, it tells the player piano what notes to play, but it has no ability to do anything outside telling it how to play that song.
Well,
It
hey,
is frozen.
question,
Your
Gus.
DNA has no ability. First, a language also is adaptive. Your DNA is not adaptive in that sense.
Wow.
Your DNA is. I cannot use DNA
Language
to
is
tell
adaptive.
you how to. You know what? You know
it takes
what?
an intelligent mind to adapt language, Gus. I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead and find another way to tell me I'm stupid, and then piss and moan when I come back and
All
slam
I
you
would
one.
say is that the way that the field of molecular genetics understands, for lack of a better word, how the genome is interpreted, which still is an open question, the exact mechanisms, is that these are biochemical events, right? These are all explained in terms of biochemical mechanisms.
What does translation mean? What does transcription mean?
Biological translation or
Any
literary
translation. You're talking about translation.
Biological translation is when you take an mRNA strand and then you, using antisense bonding,
What's mRNA mean?
Messenger RNA.
Messenger. So there's no message, but they call it.
I mean,
messenger.
if you're gonna play a word game, I mean, we're not actually doing science.
The same way, Arcane. The same way God doesn't really have eyes. The same way God doesn't really have hands. The same way God doesn't really have a mouth, and yet the people who wrote the Bible use those analogies in order to pin them to things we already understood. A lot of that messenger RNA is not some guy on the back of a 10-speed riding up with a bag over his shoulder. It's the same thing. I mean, there's a certain degree of analogy that's written out here.
Yeah,
you were so busy trying to jam a crowbar in between my words so you could shove something in there that I bet you didn't hear a fucking word I just said to you.
You're just crying to me.
Well,
okay, well, I'm gonna step in on this point here.
Wait, no, I have a point to make here. Arcane, are you going to say that the historical reason for which we name these things somehow indicates an underlying reality? Because by that definition, okay, but there's a gene named Sonic Hedgehog.
And I know. You can't explain how it's not literally a message or literally translating or literally.
We just did.
I just did. These are just biochemical events, Arcane. There's
what you're saying is not even
biochemical event. Therefore, it's not.
I'll tell you what.
This is a biochemical event.
You find a way to say with DNA that you want me to make you a pizza.
It's a biochemical event.
You find a way with DNA to say that you want me to make you a pizza, and I will concede that it's a language. You go ahead and do that.
Dude, just
go on.
You're not.
Go on, get Hens and do that, and come back, and I'll concede it's a language.
Until then, there's a point that Gus is making here that needs to be noted. When you have something that is an instrument of communication, something that's actually a message, there's the fact that the information, the significance that you're meant to take from it, is not tied to the medium. That the properties of that are not married to the medium, right? So if I store a series of numbers that happen to be, let's say, they happen to be a series of appointments that I have with my lab director, let's say. That's information, and that's a message that I'm encoding, but it's not married to the medium, right? There's nothing mystical about pen and paper that makes, that by virtue of having pen and paper that I'm changing what the significance is.
Right.
DNA differs considerably because all of the information, all of the significance is contained with and dependent on the chemical medium.
That's a lie.
It's not. Care to prove me wrong?
That is a lie. Listen.
How is that a lie?
What's the point of continuing the conversation?
How is that a lie? What did I say?
If you're just going to accuse us of lying, what's the point?
No. So let me try on an observation here. I've got a couple of observations here.
I don't mind.
Yeah. Okay. Hold tough, Arcane. I haven't spoken for a while. I just listened to this stuff and sort of how the tone of the conversation has changed, and that's what I find it interesting. I mean, we've done a couple hours where it was actually really sort of a pleasant, interesting exchange, and people got their ideas out, and occasional interruptions were actually apologized for, and no, please, you go ahead, you finish. And now we've gotten to this point where we're just yelling at each other and whatnot. I will say briefly of this whole discussion about language and messenger and coding and information that I think one of the sort of weakest arguments that there is for DNA somehow proving intelligence or creation or anything like that is the fact that it's such a transparent equivocation fallacy that it makes people wonder, well, if you have to argue from such an obvious equivocation fallacy, is that your best argument? Right?
Well,
just because it's a fallacy doesn't mean that it's wrong, because that would be the fallacy. But the fact that it just seems to be this go-to that well, we're going to rely on this equivocation fallacy. I've had this discussion before. Is DNA
fallacy? I'd love you to explain how it is an equivocation fallacy, but all I've heard is it's biochemical reaction.
Okay. Well, I can do that. Okay. Let's pick the word information as an example. Okay. I will actually. I really like Gus. I've not heard that before about DNA not being able to code to make pizza instructions on how to make pizza or write a poem with a piece of DNA. I mean, it's not a language. There are properties of language that simply don't exist with DNA. But okay, let's take the word information. The argument usually goes like this. Information only comes from a mind. That's your major premise. Minor premise is DNA contains information. And the conclusion is, well, then DNA comes from a mind. A mind obviously must have crafted DNA. On its face, it seems like a sound argument, right? Nobody would argue with the first premise, right? Because information can only come from a mind. Would anybody argue with that? Does anybody think that's wrong? Information only comes from a mind?
I think it's clunky. What do you mean by information?
I think it's kind of clunky because Sam's right. It does depend on information. I think part of the problem that we fall into is that we concentrate on whether or not DNA is information rather than concentrating on whether it is communication. The picosecond that you try to accuse DNA of being a language, it must be capable of willful communication.
I mean, literally. Well, this is okay. Let me make the point. Arcane asked me a straight-up question, so I want to address it. This is exactly what those guys demonstrate, and that was exactly why it goes off the rails. As soon as you start using a word like information, so when I say, would you guys argue that information always comes from a mind? Because I can prove that to you. I can go grab any information theory textbook, and I can tell you chapter 1. If it isn't in the introduction or the preface to the introduction, it's going to be in the first few pages of that book. Information is the subject or the content of an informing. For something to be qualified as information, there must be an informer and there must be an informed.
Yeah.
Right. So say, for example, you hire a surveyor, you find some island you see from an airplane, and you want a detailed map of this river that's on this island no one's ever seen. So
gotcha.
You send a surveyor out there to go make this map. It's not information yet. It's when the surveyor gets there and he makes his map and he does this stuff and he creates like an AutoCAD file or something and he sends it to you through email. He's now informing you of the shape of this river. Everything in the path, his notes, the AutoCAD drawing, the bits and whatnot going through the cables that forms the email going to you, that is all information. It's the content of the informing. There's an informant and informed. And if you say, okay, well, DNA contains information. Well, of course DNA contains information. Who would dispute that? Well, I would dispute that, as Gus and Sam have just done, if you're using the IT definition of information. You don't mean information in that sense. What you've done now is you've smuggled in your assumption that there is an informer, in this case God.
Yes.
And really quick in response to this, speaking as a communication person myself, the thing is, words don't have meanings; they have usages.
Oh my goodness.
Sure. With regard to information, it's basically like one message to a sender or whatever. But when you're talking about genetic information in that sense, it's usually referring to when biologists talk about the various traits and functions that organisms possess. And usually
in
that's
this case,
subject to.
In this case, I'm answering Arcane's. I want to answer Arcane's straight up one. He says, "Well, show me that it's an equivocation fallacy." I've done so because in the major premise and the minor premise, the word information, it isn't the same word. It's the same sequence of letters. So we say information, we say information, but it means two very different things.
Waiting on you to explain how any day now. But I'll get to my...
Because that's the definition of an equivocation fallacy.
It's not an equivocation. I've been waiting to explain how for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, what you've been doing is refusing to accept an explanation. That's a bit different than have it explained.
Sure, Gus. Yeah, okay.
Okay, Arcane. Okay, Arcane.
I didn't hear what you said, Arcane. Just wait. Did Arcane, were you saying... I didn't hear what you said. Did you say you were waiting for an explanation or you were waiting to give your explanation?
All you guys keep repeating is the same mantra over and over again. It's an equivocation fallacy. It's not really what they mean by information, blah, blah, blah. And when I'm about to show you and prove to you that it is, in fact, literally information processing, you're still going to deny it. So it's almost fruitless. But I'm
good. Hold on. Let me set the rails. Let me set the rails for what you're going to do here.
It seems to be impossible in this thing.
Hold on. No, I haven't said much. Okay, you're going to prove to us that it's information using the technical definition of information, using information theory. So you have to demonstrate that the DNA is the content of an informing. So you have to demonstrate that there is an informer and there is an informed. Go ahead.
Molecular biology. If any idiot or PhD picks up a freaking textbook and reads the simple dogma of molecular biology, they're going to say,
less editorializing, if you please.
Like I said, I can't get out more than a sentence.
No, because you're being a smartass instead of just conveying.
No, come on, but let him finish saying what he's saying at least, and then.
Yeah, but I don't like being called names, HogTie. I know it doesn't bother you much, but it fucking bothers me.
Okay, that was going to be okay. We're also not doing the gang thing. Okay, hold on. We're not doing the gang muting thing, and the next point we're going to address is the name calling, and I have a point to make there too. But I do want to hear Arcane's put forward. He wants to just let him say it, because the problem is anytime somebody else talks, I don't know what device you're on, Arcane, but you get muted fairly easily. So not muted.
Yeah, so people should actually let me finish a statement and not emotionally jump out at everything I said.
For fuck's sake, just shut up and talk.
Here we go. I didn't call you an idiot. I said any idiot or PhD could pick up a freaking textbook and see that the central dogma of molecular biology is information processing. Do I need to pull up the definition and read it to you live for you to understand it? Let me just get out my point. Let me just get out my point, and then hopefully I will get a coherent response into why I'm wrong. Okay? This is the facts of the matter. Okay? There's a reason why your fingers don't grow on your forehead. There's a reason why your skin color is the way it is. There's a reason why your nose isn't on your navel, okay? And that is because the genetic instructions contained within your chromosomes determine what will be where, what proteins get produced, where they get put, the whole nine. The whole genetic makeup of a person is the instructions on how to make them, okay? So we all share, hold on, dude. We all share the same chemicals. We share the same chemicals with an orange, with a fruit fly, with a banana. We're all the same chemically. What makes us different is the specific arrangement of those chemicals, which is the code that produces HogTie instead of an actual hog. So if you're telling me that this isn't a prescriptive information process, the onus is on you, because all the facts and evidence align with that. Now every single textbook and every single consensus of the scientific establishment agrees with that. Only a select few of atheists and so-called Christians here on YouTube who believe in evolution say that it's not literally information processing. So the onus is on you, not me.
I'll pick that onus up any day.
No, hang on. Hey, come on, it's my turn. Let me have a turn with this.
That was slightly painful, I just gotta say.
Yeah, well, yeah. No, I mean, I get your point, and there's a reason why they use the word information. But I'm saying if you want to maintain this, what we're talking specifically about what people are saying is an equivocation fallacy. People are saying it's equivocation fallacy. You're saying it's not. So we're trying to resolve that single issue.
Yeah, you have to explain how it's not, because I just explained how it's not. You have to explain how it is, because I just explained how it's not an equivocation fallacy.
Okay, and I've done so. I've already explained how it is, and then you said you'd be able to explain how it's not. So when I explained how it is, I showed how the word information in the major premise is different than the word information in the minor premise. That's the definition. Hold on, I let you talk. That's the definition of an equivocation fallacy. And then you offered to show us how it's not an equivocation fallacy in your demonstration. So I made it very clear then, because the way the word information is used in the major premise, that is, information is the content of an informing. There has to be an informer and an informed. So you show us how the DNA is. Who is the informer in the case of DNA? Who is the informed? And then you made so that's my first point. That's my first point. Just hold on. My first point is you offered to show us how it's not an equivocation fallacy. You have to show that the word information in the first sentence is the same as it is used in the second sentence. You didn't do that. What you did do, and I agree with you on this, is that there's no, you didn't, because the definition of information in the major premise, right, is that there has to be an informer and an informed. Show us who the informer, who the informed is in the second one. What you did give us is a compelling thing that's like, well, when you've got this chemical, when it's sequenced a certain way, you're going to get HogTie. If it's sequenced a different way, you're going to get Arcane. If it's sequenced a different way, you're going to get a carrot. That's really weird. Okay, and it's profound, and it is a very, very profound observation. But it's not related. It's not related to
instructions.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Then I would say of that. Why is it? So the Colorado River, right, winds its way through various states. Why is it that one day the Colorado River doesn't go over to Florida just to see what Florida is?
It's not instructions.
There are instructions.
No, it's not.
It works perfectly every day. You go to the Colorado River every day. That river always goes in between the banks.
It goes where it goes. It doesn't go where it's intended.
Just like HogTie DNA. Oh, it's intended. There it is. Just like HogTie DNA only ever produces HogTie Champ, right? And my kid's DNA, HogTie Champ Jr., that DNA produced that kid. So it's clear that there's something very functional here.
How to do that?
Well, transcriptions
it
and
down.
et cetera, we can go through that whole.
Yeah, let's do it.
Because
some people might be confused on how actually genetics
but I
works.
want to
So
pick you up on the
break
point.
it down. Oh, you don't want to do that?
Hold on. You said it because this is an important point. I think your point, as I understand it, is that it's functioning as intended. I mean, I would say that the Colorado River functions as intended. It never one day just goes crazy and jumps out of the banks.
Don't you? Because what I'm talking about is genetic instructions. You're talking about some kind of flow of a river. They are not the same.
Then who had the intent? Who had the intent for either the river to go a certain way or for?
There is no intent. There is no intent. It's just nature. What happens, happens. And if you're equivocating,
is that your answer to my question?
To just whatever happens, you have a false equivocation.
Okay, sorry. Is that your answer to my question? That there is no intent. That that's just the way it happens because it follows the physical laws.
There is no directed, intention on where it goes. It just follows its path. DNA is different.
Okay, my question was,
how is DNA different?
DNA is instructional.
I want to know if Arcane's going to change his
functional.
My question
DNA
was.
Communicates.
My question was.
You all know this, especially if you claim to be a biologist. I know
it's not communication. My question was, Arcane. I'm going to repeat the question. My question was, so who is doing the intending when it comes to either the Colorado River following its riverbanks or for DNA encoding for a specific organism? Your answer to that question is nobody intends that. It's just following physical laws. That was your answer. Is that your answer?
Yep, and DNA, the sequence of DNA is not determined by physical laws.
Yeah, one of the co-discoverers, a quote from one of the co-discoverers actually disagrees with that. One of the greatest gifts that science has brought to the world is the elimination of the supernatural. So, right off the bat, the guy that whose knowledge has actually been discovered is disagreeing with that premise.
Yeah, well, I don't.
Well, yeah. I actually have a point.
I disagree.
So what?
You know what? Again,
damn it! I've been sitting here kind of patiently.
It went crazy. Everything went loony.
Yeah. So
I blame Ozzy.
The point that HogTie is saying is that when you study, I'm in the. God damn it.
Yeah, God damn it. You've been talking for like ever. There's like six of you and one of me. I'm not getting nearly as much time as neither of you. So the only time I can make a point is when other people are trying to talk over me after I'm trying to already make a statement. So my honest request to HogTie, if I can get more than a sentence out, is
go ahead, Arcane,
to split the time a little bit more fairly, because it is like 7 of you and just 1 of me, and you guys are shotgunning the hell out of me. So let me respond to each point by point. So I can't even get out more than that, but it's okay.
Quiet for a moment. You guys know you're not in an audio hangout. I've already kicked a guy. Kicked a guy who's actually usually reasonably nice. No, I want to remind people where what we're doing here. Arcane's right. This has been a problem even since before Hangouts were invented. When you've got one person from one side and everybody else from the other side, there is no equitable way to break it up. If everybody gets the same amount of time, then the one sole guy ends up getting 1/6 as much as everybody else. Or if you say, well, it's going to be this team gets this much, this team gets this much, well, then the one sole guy ends up getting 5 or 6 times as much time as everybody else. There's no way to do it. So the only way to do it is be polite. And we did fine. We did fine for quite a while, and then now it's gotten all heated. So I just want to remind people the goal of the conversation here isn't to run out the clock on the Hangout until we convince Arcane that he's wrong, or that Arcane converts each and every one of us. It's just to have a chat about, getting Arcane out of the comment section, get him to say, okay, here's what's on my mind, to get his honest position without strawmanning what Arcane is saying, and have a little bit of dialogue about it. So I think the over-talking each other, I think it's fair to make a point when we say, look, I think that this information thing or this language thing is the equivocation fallacy, then make your point, and then, you know what, I hate this expression, but sometimes you've got to agree to disagree. So I honestly, I think.
What are we still talking for then? Because I'm pretty damn sure we're not going to hear anything new from him, and he's not going to hear anything new from us. So what are we still talking for then?
I want somebody.
Apparently, put something new in the side chat about.
I've been waiting. Like I'm looking. I wrote in the side chat, "May I respond?" 8 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Can I just
Sam, I don't know how many of my hangouts you've been in. This is the tempo it follows. It starts out very, very controlled and constrained at the beginning, and then it just goes batshit loony, and I stopped reading the side chat about an hour and a half into it. So, Sam, okay, Arcane, can we let Sam, because Sam actually has been sort of the most interrupted, second to you. So can we let Sam make his point, and then I think let's think of a different topic or get close to wrapping it up.
Sure, if I can make a point.
Yeah, well, let's Sam first, and then Arcane. And I do take your point, Arcane, about the divvying up the time. That's an issue. Yeah. Go ahead, Sam.
So what I thought, what HogTie said was precisely what the case is with DNA, which is that we're talking about a physical system that operates physically. I mean, we can talk about how all of these things just evolve biochemically, but also we're missing the fact that that Arcane was just pretty straightforwardly, blatantly wrong about how DNA functions. The reason why I don't have birth defects isn't because of my DNA. It partially is, but a large portion of it is because of the womb environment. There's this concept in genetics known as missing heritability, and the issue is that a lot of the time we can't find genetic components for why things are heritable, and that's because there's a significant environmental contribution that is ever present. And so it's not that DNA is this set of instructions, but rather it's more properly understood as a set of possible ingredients that are then utilized, based upon what is present in the cell from an epigenetic standpoint. This is why, despite the fact that my liver has the same DNA as my heart, you don't see liver cells in my heart. It's because of the way that the environment induces differential expression of genes. This isn't something that looks like an instruction book or a recipe book. This is something that is contextually based and based upon the environment. And so it's not even inbuilt into the fact that we've seen that this logic that Arcane's using doesn't work based on HogTie's analysis. Empirically, it's not the case.
Well, I just put a couple of links to peer-reviewed Google Scholar pages talking about how it is, in fact, genetic.
Do you know what a genetic algorithm is?
Yeah, Sam, I know. You got halfway through a sentence there, but...
See what I mean?
I know you know what he's going to say. He's going to talk about genetic algorithms, but the thing is, the audience doesn't even know what he was going to say because they don't see the side chat. So you got to let Arcane tell us and others what's going on.
Well, I'll just read the abstract. Then I mean, it's quite clear. It says living organisms are not just random collections of organic molecules. There is a continuous information processing going on in the apparent bouncing around of molecules of life. Optimization criteria in this information processing can be searched for using the laws of physics. So they're talking about looking for information processing using the laws of physics and how physics interacts. They're not saying that physics determines the information, and that's exactly right. The sugar backbone of DNA, for example, has no at all significance to the specific arrangement of nucleotides on that base. It has none at all. So the reason why humans look like humans and rats look like rats and snakes look like snakes, etc., is the specific arrangement of those letters which form messages, which tell the cells, which communicate to the cells on what to build. This is not new knowledge. This is ancient knowledge in comparison to what we've discovered since we've discovered the code. I mean, we know that now that it's not only just one code, it's codes on top of codes. You read the DNA one way, it says one thing. You read it the other way, it says another thing. And there's a reason why we call it messenger RNA HogTie. It's because it carries a message to the cell, and the cell reads it and produces what's on the message. Sort of like, hint, hint, our computer software.
Yeah. Well, let me respond to this, and I hope nobody else does, because I think we've really just gone back and forth on this same thing over and over again, and I think most people take the position it's an equivocation fallacy. If you want to say that it's information, or you want to say it's communication, you want to say it's a message, then tell us, who is the messenger? Or sorry, who is the messenger? Who is the sender? Who is the informer? Who is the one who is informed?
That was your point.
But that's not a conscious. That's not a consciousness. That's not a mind.
No, and that's the good point of it. Like on the outside,
consciousness. So you're saying computers aren't processing information because there's no mind in a computer?
No, but you see, you shifted the goalposts here. Okay, When we started scrapping with each other, it's because you insisted that DNA was a language.
It is a language.
You said it was a language like any other language in use by humanity. You said it was a language, that it had syntax, that it had punctuation, that it had the capacity to portray concepts outside of its own bailiwick. That's what you said, okay? Now we're talking about information processing. That's not necessarily anything to do with linguistics.
Yes, it does.
It may have some connections to linguistics, but that's not the same as saying that DNA is a language. That is not the same as saying that I can use DNA to ask HogTie Champ for a fucking beer. That is not the same thing.
No, it says, can I get more? No, it says, can I get some more of this specific protein so I can repair this damage?
DNA doesn't do that.
Architectural blueprints can't order pizza.
Okay, I gotta tell you this. I gotta tell you this, and I'm gonna beg you for a topic change. It turns out you can order a pizza with DNA now. This was announced last year. Somebody has figured out a way of sequencing DNA, just in the same way that like the USB keys or floppy disks or whatever work, where you're organizing magnetic media, or you could take a whole bunch of stones from a beach, and you have like slightly bigger stones and slightly smaller stones, and you could call them, these are the zeros, these are the ones, and you could order them into a big binary code thing and just agree on where your start bits and stop bits are. And you could put a pizza recipe in stones on the beach. Does that mean the stones are information? No, clearly it's something to do with the organization's information. Somebody has figured out a way of taking the nucleotides and putting them together manually. Human beings doing this. So imagine like you've got a tape printer, a classical punch tape thing, and you could print a punch tape that had your program on it, and you could feed it into another computer and program that computer. They figured out how to make a DNA printer. So human beings, intelligent human beings, control the printer, and you can print out a sequence of DNA, and you can store like 900 terabytes of data in a teaspoon or some crazy thing. It's on the internet. It's not a BS thing that somebody made up.
No, the University of Oxford, someone...
Can I make a quick point on what you said, HogTie?
Well, just to make a point, that does not mean that every time you see a piece of DNA, it now becomes information. I would agree that the information that was printed by a human being who made their little DNA printer, that DNA now contains information, because that person can take that DNA and go over to the DNA reader.
You're going to drop that on me and then demand a topic change? You're going to drop that on me and then demand a topic change?
No, he said that in the very
I want to go home.
You are a prairie devil, aren't you?
With his very first premise. You said that, what was it? Information only comes from a mind, or something like that was your first premise?
In the formal information definition. Not everybody.
In the formal way, it would need to say human mind on that. Information is the product of a human mind.
What did you do, HogTie?
My cat. Don't worry about it.
Was there a thing?
I was just pointing out that was a good highlight you just made.
Any mind.
Sequencing these things. That's the evidence we have. You can't smuggle in another mind.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the issue that I have with it, and
why it's a point of contention at all.
I wanted to make a point to the two articles that Arcane linked. These articles don't prove your point. They're kind of orthogonal to it. This first paper that's entitled "Why Genetic Information Processing Could Have a Quantum Basis." It's about applying a quantum computer model to the structure of the DNA code. It's not about actually saying it is this thing. The second one is genetic algorithms and neural networks, optimizing connections and connectivity. A genetic algorithm has nothing to do with DNA. A genetic algorithm is when you create an algorithm and then you allow, based upon the results, for the algorithm to be mutated, and then you can select the best mutation so that, much like in nature, the algorithm evolves. That's what genetic algorithms are. So neither of these papers have anything to do with what Arcane is saying.
The genetic algorithm thing is
I can respond to that. Since he didn't make an accusation towards me, I think I should respond. Living organisms are not just random collections of organic molecules. There is a continuous information processing going on in the apparent bouncing around of molecules of life. This is right out of the abstract. What you say
Yeah,
has nothing to do
because
with
the entirety of the article is contained in the abstract and not
actually,
within the rest of the contents.
I'm going to post a link too so that everyone can read it and be objective and not just get your flat-out lying opinion on it.
Where did I lie?
And this is part of the other reason why
Oh,
I
it's
go
a
nuts.
Conspiracy, yeah.
Is part of the other reason why HogTie I go nuts is when he hears a point he doesn't like, all of a sudden we're all fucking liars. Like that drives me up the wall.
Yeah.
Well,
Here's a good topic.
Guys, we're all part of a conspiracy to deny creationism. You know, Arcane is right. He's the chosen one, and we all have to conform to his bullshit. Or else,
no, there's a serious point to be made.
And we're all
I get it. There's a serious point to be made in here, though. It is true, Arcane, and I wasn't kidding when I said this morning or yesterday, whenever it was, about I sort of think, I sort of see it when G-Man recently went a little crazy, he said some wild stuff there in Nadia's Hangout. I really got the impression that like he gets defensive, like when he feels personally attacked, even though it's because somebody's questioning what he's saying or some behavior of his, he takes it as a personal attack. That's when we get the sudden eruption of these kind of statements. And I wonder, I got the sense you didn't agree with me today when I made that point about your choice. You quite often call people a liar in the course of conversation, not just to disagree with them.
You just lied.
I didn't lie. I'll read from the last sentence of the...
This is what happened. Sorry, Sam.
Exhibit A.
No.
This is what happened. I sat here and read just what I just read.
If you read, I don't...
Yeah.
Mistakes are not lying.
I want Arcane to address the lying issue. Go ahead, Arcane.
Yeah. This is silly. He said the article didn't say anything about what I was referring to as genetic information. I just read the abstract. Living organisms are not just a random collection of organic molecules. There's a continuous information processing. And somebody just commented, so I lost the... oh, there we go. Yeah, information processing going on in the apparent bouncing around of cells.
Did you read beyond the abstract?
What needs to be read? It's sitting there telling you that there's information processing going on. Like, no, it doesn't.
I didn't ask what needs to be read. I asked yes or no. Yes or no.
Yes, it talks about information processing.
Did you read beyond the abstract?
I don't need to. No.
Of course you need to.
So here's what
the abstract's lying. Is that what you're saying? The abstract is lying.
You kind of got book reports in school by reading a little bit.
What I'm going to say. Let me just say what I'm going to say, and I'll let you guys take over the class.
Sam, go ahead.
Lying. The article's lying.
Sam, go ahead.
The abstract was lying. Yeah. Why don't you try listening?
Why do I need to read further?
Well, if I can jump in for a quick second, guys.
No, why do I read further than the abstract when the abstract proves my point?
Hold on, let Sam respond as he was in the middle of
all of you.
Sam was in the middle of talking. He keeps getting interrupted this whole night. Like, if you had something short to say, Sam, if you're replying, do that, and then JD jump in, please.
The last sentence of the introduction, and I did go through and I did read this paper. Considering the living organisms to be specialized supercomputers, we can study how efficient they are in implementing their tasks. What this paper specifically does is cast a mathematical computational picture on what's going on to say, look, if we look at it this way, this explains why these systems operate the way that they do.
Information processing. Thank you very much.
All right. Arcane, the thing is, it's like reading the headline to an article, which is sometimes a bit, like a baiting title, like, oh, there's something amazing happened. But then you actually read the rest of the article.
So is it lying?
Like, okay, well, actually, what they were saying is they're not lying.
Oh,
they're more like exaggerating a little bit to get you to read the rest of the article. And the rest of the article is much more...
So
like, we may prove that aliens exist. Then you read the rest of the article. They talk about
why not?
Information. They talk about something much more vague.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
No, I would.
I'm sorry, Arcane, did you hear what I said?
They completely didn't mean a word of what they said in the abstract.
That's not even what I.
Hold on. No. Hold on a sec. It's that sort of thing. It's that sort of thing. First off, I would disagree. I would disagree with JD's assessment that there's some sort of glitzifying that goes on with abstracts. They're hard to write because there's often a really low character limit. And it's really hard to sort of capture your message, but you can't put things in your abstract that are inconsistent with what's actually the main body of the article. Often there are things in the abstract that imply the wrong thing because it requires clarification later on. But here's the thing. So I'm disagreeing with JD, and Arcane is going, oh my goodness, he's getting all upset about me disagreeing with JD. I don't know why that would be the case. But Arcane, the thing is your reaction to JD saying that was to then point out, so JD's saying that, well, everything in the abstract is a lie. They're just constantly lying in the abstract. The whole abstract is a lie. And you just talked over everybody, saying that what JD had said was that JD's position is that everything in the abstract is a lie. Is that what JD said?
Well, no, it's not even close, actually.
Well, this is what is happening. I read an abstract that's very clear. Whether what the abstract is what's proving my point. I don't need to know the purpose of the article. If the abstract itself is telling you something specific to my case, so the abstract, the article itself could have been about something completely different than.
Is it possible you're misunderstanding the abstract?
Can I finish? Hello. Can I finish? If the abstract is talking about something pertinent to what we are discussing, and it's illustrating my point, what you're trying to do is downplay the truth of the abstract because it coincides with my argument, which is very.
This allegation is directed towards me, so let me respond with what I'm doing. I'm not saying the abstract is wrong. I'm saying that the abstract is, as HogTie said, it's a summary, so it's necessarily going to be limited by the word space that's allowed. What I am saying is that when you look through and you read what's in the article, you read about what they're actually doing, it's not as simple as the abstract. I'm sure the author, as someone who has written abstracts, that's absolutely always the case when you write an abstract. It's necessarily incomplete. It's just a brief summary of something that's going on. If you want to get the full picture, you read the entire article. So, what I'm saying is that the full picture is this. It's if you cast the DNA, if you look at it from this angle, then it can help explain some of the features that are interesting. It doesn't mean that's a very different picture than you're portraying of the article.
I'm not portraying the article. I'm referencing the abstract when it's talking about living systems are not just random collections of chemicals, that it's actual information processing.
You can no more understand a book by reading its dust jacket than you can.
That's what they're pointing out.
You guys. I know it's hard because there's so many people. You got to take an extra breath. Like, let Arcane make his point. And Arcane, I'm going to suggest that because you've made that point several times, I understand you feel like you're not being heard on it, but people are just disagreeing with it. So.
Okay, then address the point, please. How is it not information processing because it's just chemicals? Is that what you're saying? Be more specific.
Okay, I can address it. So the thing is, this is why I would say I wouldn't even I don't even have an issue. Okay, if you do want to understand an article, you got to read the article. You can't pull all the information out of the abstract. That point is a good one. That's the point Sam's been making and JD's been making. I totally agree with that. It is not irrelevant because if you're saying that there's information there, you'd be incredibly incurious to not even want to find out what this abstract is referring to. The abstract.
How does the article not coincide with the abstract?
Well, actually, we'd have to read the article. Well, we'd have to read the article.
Right, you'd have to read the article to know. And Sam has actually already given you two examples.
The abstract, so I don't know why you're arguing. Nothing in the article is going to refute the content of the abstract.
But it would clarify this. Okay, the line that I used before was I said that often, even though the abstract can't be inconsistent with the content of the article, the abstract sometimes, because it's short, it sometimes implies the wrong thing because you have to know. Like you can't put your definitions into an abstract. There's just never space. Right. So, for example, you're talking about this information in the DNA, this information processing. Well, what do they mean by information? Maybe that's explained better in the article.
So they talk about this in the introduction.
Right.
Exactly.
You asked an example.
You're right on, HogTie.
God.
Sam's already given you one.
Wow. Okay. You can keep denying that.
But second,
but science will continue to refute it. I mean, okay.
Okay, second, Arcane, the other problem that you have there is that the abstract doesn't even make the case for you. Like you're saying, we're having this discussion about whether the article might contain something different than the abstract. I look at the abstract, it doesn't make the case for you because where's this information coming from? What mind is informing this stuff? Oh, let me grab, where's the abstract again here? I'm going to read.
HogTie, can I ask a clarifying question of Arcane?
Wow.
Just hold on a sec. Hold on to it for a second here. I got to find. Arcane, you don't still have it on your clipboard, do you? Can you paste it back in? Or?
I have it.
You do? Okay, I just drop it in the side. I see the first couple.
You mentioned something interesting, which is what definition of information do they use? Well, one of the first things that they start talking about is what is information, and they cast it in the light of the traditional definition, which was established by Claude Shannon, which is that it is basically a reduction in randomness, a reduction in disorder.
Hold on, there's a good example for theology. Hold on, Arcane. Let me try to clear it up for you, Arcane.
Everyone stop for a second. Everyone, all people, all reasons, nobody talking. Because I want to get back to this point about the lying too. Let me read the first sentence of the abstract here. Living organisms are not just random collections of organic molecules. A river is not just a random collection of water molecules. There's orderliness to a river. Okay.
Yes, it is.
It's not. There's not. Otherwise, they would jump out of the water.
Yeah, so it's determined to be there. Okay.
Arcane, who did you just accuse of lying?
You guys are lying, quite clearly.
Every last one of us.
To make that claim,
together first.
An argument is lying. For dang sure.
To make that claim stick, you have to demonstrate that you know that we know something to be different than what we're actually claiming. But this is what I'm talking about.
You can read. I mean, I'm sure you guys passed the 6th grade. Okay, you can read.
Yeah. Hey, I got to break it to you. I was able to
ask that question I wanted to ask, guys.
Yeah, let's get JD's question.
It's a simple one. Arcane, what is information processing to you?
The effective communication of a message between a sender and a receiver.
Oh, it is.
Does a mind have to be on both ends?
Oh, it's not. Okay, I'd like to hear the genius who said that. I'd like to hear that. How is it not true? Please, Mr. Genius, whoever you are.
Right. Like I said,
JD was asking a question. Go ahead,
yeah.
JD. What was the second question?
Do you need a mind on both ends, or can information be traded between things that do not have minds?
Does your computer have a mind? Does it trade information?
So that's a no, then?
Wow.
No, it does data. Hold on, my computer deals with data.
No, it deals with prescriptive information.
It doesn't deal with information.
Oh, so computer codes on information is just a random collection of what?
No, it's just data. It's just data. Without the mind involved on it, it's just data.
Okay, so books on information is just data.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
I have no idea.
So your magical ghost that deals with DNA, that's still vague and in the dark, right?
Explain it. Explain it out. Explain out either how I'm wrong or how it isn't.
This is denialism. Seriously, why should I explain it, Xbox? If you seriously think
because you disagree with me.
Book is not information.
Okay, can I go back to
without a mind? I'm saying without the mind involved. You remove the
know anything about Claude Shannon. You know that there's a distinction between Shannon information, which is just and prescriptive, instructional, purposeful, functional information.
What I said was you remove the mind from it, it's not information anymore.
That's a lie, okay? I'm sorry. Don't know what to say.
I'm sorry, Arcane, this is we're talking about.
How is that a lie?
Now you're going to accuse Xbox of lying. He could simply be wrong. I don't think he is.
It's a lie. Whatever he's saying is not true.
The lie means he knows the truth and he's telling you something.
Yeah, I'm sure he does know the difference between data and information. He's not an idiot.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well,
what good is it to accuse?
Just like, look, dude, my 8-year-old.
Hold on. Let me wait one second.
And prescriptive information. You don't need to be a PhD. You don't have to be a biologist. This is very fundamental to our survival.
How many people in this room do you think are lying to
you? If you make that argument, all of you.
I'm sorry, I didn't make an argument. I'm saying if we're making an argument, we're lying. Like we have to know that the argument is false.
If you're making that argument, you are lying, and you know
what argument exactly? What argument exactly?
Mistaken.
Yeah. Let's drop the DNA thing for at least a moment.
Let's explain a random collection of letters on a page and a message, don't you?
Okay. What is a lie, Arcane? What do you mean when you say somebody's lying? What does that mean to you?
They're saying something that's not true.
So,
anyone that makes the God argument.
I knew I was going to.
Anyone that makes the God argument is lying.
So now skirt the issue and get on semantics about Arcane. Okay, right.
No. This is important, Arcane. You'll see why.
Okay, it's important. Let's get away from the issue though, and let's talk about how I'm addressing.
Yeah, because we've been talking about the same issue about information and DNA for however long. I mean, you're going to have to go to the bathroom at some point, man. You and I've been doing this for what 3 hours now?
He's been full of shit for years.
You're saying something you know is not true.
All right,
Don't know it's not true.
But I want to know because again, this is about the conversation. It's not about DNA.
Okay, if you guys want,
Hold on, you're both running over each other.
Let's skip the 10 minutes of back and forth with answering, and let's just be real with it. Okay, if you're telling the lie, you're saying something that you know is not true. If you say something that you don't know is not true and it's not true, then it's just a mistake. Okay, is that better, guys? You're still all lying, though, if you make that argument. You know better.
I bought from you, dude. Like,
you know
seriously,
better.
like, what kind of ganja, like,
what is the argument being made exactly?
There's no excuse for that kind of nonsense.
Well, hold on, Arcane. What is this argument that you think is a lie? I'm not even sure what the argument is that you think is being presented.
That it's not. That, like, there's no difference between Shannon information and prescriptive functional information.
I didn't hear a single person say that.
Honestly, I mean, what is Shannon information?
Well, that's the whole thing Xbox was just trying to say, and that.
Well, I'm asking you.
Sam is trying to say. You're all trying to say it's just.
So what is Shannon information?
It's just data. It's not really information the way I'm describing it to be information, like a message or a language or a recipe or instructions. It's nothing like that. It's just a random collection of nucleotides, right? That's what you guys believe.
No,
I'm saying it's random.
You jumped to that, and you've been oversimplifying all night. That's not what I said.
You're oversimplifying, or alternatively,
yeah, that's not at all what I said.
Oh, I'm oversimplifying. Okay, then what more is it? What more is it then? Please explain. What more is it than a random collection of chemicals?
Well, no one's saying it's random.
No one's putting that forth, so I wouldn't argue that.
What is it then? I'm asking, what is it?
Well, exactly.
It's self-replicating process.
I would say it's specified. I would say it's sequential specified information. What else is it called?
Thank you. You agree with me. Good job.
Arcane Kitty's joking, right?
Well, what's interesting? I mean, we're going to talk about what.
I'll go back to HogTie's example with the rocks on the beach. That one's a perfect one. They could be lined up, but without the mind, once you remove the mind from that equation, then there is no way of a start bit and a stop bit. Those things just become what they are. They become data or artifacts or whatever, but they're not information.
Sorry, a book is still information if there's nobody reading it.
Yes, for DNA.
Nobody's reading it. I said remove the mind from the equation.
Yeah,
so
if you had a book there, if just in existence, a book, no mind made it. You've just got a book.
It's still information.
So I would like to add something to this.
Information has the potential to inform.
Okay, shut up. The expert's talking now.
So with no informer, it's not information.
It is still information. It still has the potential to inform.
Sam, you had something to say?
So if we look...
Yeah, but you have no informed either.
No, expert.
Guys, come on. So if we actually look at the article that Arcane cited, I'm reading it right now. In the introduction, it's really or section 1, it's talking about what is information. And from the last sentence of the first paragraph, information is the abstract mathematical concept that quantifies the notion of this order amongst the building blocks, and it was the concept that was emphasized by Schrödinger in his seminal work. What they mean by building blocks, of course, is DNA. And
yeah, it's abstract. It's not determined by the physical. Thank you.
That's not what they're saying there. What they're saying is that they're using information as an abstract mathematical framework in the traditional information theoretical sense. So
yeah, because
it's a model that is being that's being cast upon this. It's not saying that DNA is information. It's saying in this sense it contains information.
That's why they call it genetic information processing. They don't call it that for no reason.
They do have a reason for calling it that, because the word information means that in that particular context. But it doesn't mean the same thing as it means in information theory.
You can deny you're blue in the balls all the time, but that's exactly what it is. It functions just like instructional information.
That's not what this article's talking about.
Because it refutes atheism, but you're going to wake up one day and
no, okay. Let's just jump to that. How does it refute atheism?
Because atheism cannot account for immaterial abstract linguistics.
It can't.
There's no
such abstract and immaterial aren't the same thing.
Well, and does it need to?
Yeah,
is this something that needs accounting?
Well, if you want to say that God isn't the answer, you do.
Well, yeah, that's the fallacy of the allegation of the
just because I deny God, it would make it all of a sudden that I have to account for it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
well, I'm saying if you're putting forth an argument as if you can understand evolution, you can understand that you don't need a god to evolve and all of this crap that you believe. Yes, you need to account for how the hell information is embedded in your chemistry.
Yeah, but that's not atheism.
Hold that thought for a second. I'm going to give it back to Arcane. I want Arcane to actually repeat that point because I'm going to interrupt for a second. This is what I find fascinating about this conversation, especially the more people you get into a room, it just turns into this arguing and, oh, you're lying, and Arcane's recent thing now, oh, you're crying. If somebody tells them, oh, I disagree with you, and he goes, oh, you're crying. You know?
Yeah, that's accurate, HogTie. Yeah, if you disagree with me, you're crying. No, I hardly doubt it. People who read the thread.
Okay, now Arcane deserves to get muted for that. I went the whole thing without having to mute him. I think he's been really good. I've enjoyed the conversation with Arcane. It's only been everybody else interrupting that I found a little bit frustrating. So I apologize for that, Arcane. But no, I'm going to mute you if you're going to do that when I'm just trying to make a single point and then saying it's your turn to talk, Arcane. I'm telling you it's your turn to talk. So, just let me finish what I'm saying and then you can go and not interrupt. Now I've forgotten my point. Now you're going to have to wait until I remember what my damn point was.
Stop mischaracterizing.
But the flow of it, it's funny that, it sounds like we have the same problem with Ronnie. It sounds like you've got a point to make, and you're on the way to the point saying, well, obviously there's information in DNA, right? And then your point has to do with about there needs to be an account, right? There needs to be an account. That's where you were going with this, and I'm hoping that's where you're going with this. But then you say, well, there needs to be an account. There needs to be an account for information in DNA. We get a discussion, well, is there information in DNA? Well, then we get a discussion, well, here's an article where the abstract says that there's information in DNA. Well, now we're going to get into a discussion about whether the abstract represents the article and whether or not they use the word information in this way. We just constantly sort of bury ourselves down into finer and finer and finer details that are along the way to the point that the apologist is trying to make, and I think we don't ever actually hear the point. So why don't you, Arcane, without interruption, nobody interrupted, why don't you give us the low-level flyby? Where does this go to? So let's say there's, DNA has this property. Let's go back and use the phrase that JD had attributed to me, which I adore. DNA is nifty. Okay, so DNA has these properties. It's information. It's sequential specified information. It's whatever you want to call it. DNA is nifty, and then what? So how does this get us to God?
Look, you don't have to deny science to agree with what I'm saying. I mean, Richard Dawkins himself is probably the most famous atheist out here, and he will agree. I've heard him say it several times, explaining it very clearly, that DNA genes are information, just like software code. Now,
no, I don't need science or Richard Dawkins because I've already agreed. I've said we grant that. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah, we're asking for step 2.
Make your point. Yeah. So don't cut me off. What the hell?
Because
so we can go back and forth cutting each other off.
Because that's considered a polite interruption. When somebody is answering something different, you momentarily interrupt to say, "Sorry, you're going down a beaten path. Can I get you back to?"
Yeah, but when I do that, it's horrible.
When you do that, you're shouting, "You're lying! You're lying! You're a baby! You're crying!" That's your type of interruption.
Yeah, when people lie, I'm going to call them on being liars. I'm sorry, I'm not
right. So again, step 2 of the whole DNA is information, and then.
Sorry. Well, you already know, and then. I don't even...
what's the end? Well, lay it out first. It's a logical argument, it's an empirical argument, lay it out.
Every person with blood in their veins and oxygen in their freaking lungs knows the implications of a message. That it was put there by an intelligence, it wasn't put there by the wind blowing or chemistry or physics. Okay?
Right, why does it have to be from an intelligence?
Because that's where it comes from, JD. Just like babies come from sex, information comes from minds.
Every bit of intelligence I've seen... Yeah, it comes from minds that are made of meat and exist in time and space.
Minds is something we assume to begin with. This is one of the things that kind of an issue is that.
Oh, here we go.
We can't even prove that there are other minds, and yet we're positing one that's completely foreign to the ones we think exist. Human minds.
Here we go.
Different minds. We're making other minds.
Here we go.
What we can say from what we can prove at least is that information is derived from human beings. If you have an example, if you have some empirical evidence of a mind other than human beings,
right? Exactly. Just humans? Really?
What else produces information?
So other animals don't communicate using language.
Yeah, I was puzzled about that myself before. I'm with Arcane on this one.
Well,
I'm sure we know we can teach monkey sign language and that kind of thing.
Do animals have minds?
Communicate in the wild.
No. So it's really interesting.
Anytime we see language, we can trace it back to a mind. Okay.
So what I will say is that the unique human property
seems to be that we actually have what is formalized language. When you teach an ape sign language, they're able to sort of connect very simple thoughts to like get a simple message across, but it's not a continuous stream of communication with these embedded messages that are within human language.
Well,
it's
the
really
point
interesting.
is,
So,
one of the issues is we get.
And there's a huge problem in philosophy.
Seriously, it's not just a human mind. You can attribute, and if you're going to beg the question and say, well, God absolutely doesn't exist, so only human minds can create information, you're just lying to yourself.
Well,
we don't have any examples of non-human.
No, he said we only see examples of human minds doing it. That's what he said. He didn't say
we only see examples of minds doing it. So when we see it happen,
in a way. All right, we
so what
observed that.
What are we doing with
not,
Arcane?
Arcane? Yeah, we haven't observed any of the religion's deities creating information or using language. So that's what I was getting at. And another point is, he said when you start getting into information like this, you're talking about information that does not require mind. For instance, a hurricane produces information, like a drop in pressure. That information will be transferred to a barometer, which will show that. Neither have a mind.
Yeah. So if we go to Mars, right? Yeah. So if we go to Mars and we find a book written in some foreign language we don't know, but we know that it's a language. We know that it's a book. Just because we didn't see who did it, we can't therefore say, well, somebody did it. That's just the dumbest argument I've ever heard.
Books are made through a mind. If you find a book on Mars, you assume, or at least it'd be a reasonable assumption that something like us or something with some kind of intelligent form was one that made it.
Right.
However, DNA is hold on. There's an important point there.
We can't do the same thing with biology, though.
Arcane. If you think that's a win for you, it's because you missed the point, and I'll explain.
No, you missed the point.
You're running into a huge philosophy, but you're running into a huge philosophy dilemma that's not solved.
You are.
Hold on, Arcane.
I'm not going to argue that. Go ahead, JD.
Hold on, guys. I'm going to expound on that. So again, Arcane, hold on. The reason that we know that a book came from us is because we've made books ourselves. We know what forms books.
Yeah, I heard you the first time.
Hold on, still talking. Now, DNA is not something we've made from scratch. Oh, we've kind of getting close, but that's because we're using ourselves as a template. Now, there's a difference between a book being found on a planet and finding something completely foreign that seems to have some intuition of design versus someone we can demonstrate that it was designed because it's not something we formed through natural processes. There's a difference. Yeah. It's like the whole every artist has a paint. Every painting has an artist. Every building has a builder. Well, yeah, we know how paintings are made. We know how buildings are made. We don't know how DNA forms. We don't know.
Every code had a designer. Every code had a designer.
So this doesn't.
How buildings are made because we have observed people rebuilding buildings.
Here, real quick. A question came from the outside that's relevant to it. It says, "Ask Arcane, is there anything that he would recognize that hasn't come from a mind, like something that? How would you recognize that?"
It's a good point. What does not mine look like? What is something
really?
Not mine
okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's go down that road.
No, just it's just a
yeah. How dare we ask questions?
It's just a question. Can you answer?
Okay. So if that's the case, then we should stop trying to solve any murder mystery. We should just say, oh, it's all natural causes. If that's the case, there's no mind involved.
Here's the point.
We don't know.
Maybe you could just answer the question. Maybe
that's not an answer.
Here's the point we're at in the Hangout.
So let me ask this question.
I think that's actually a really insightful question. I think it's actually an insightful and interesting question because you're saying that these are things.
I think it's a dumb question that he already knows the answer to.
He was mid-sentence.
An easy answer.
Yeah, you're muted all the time.
Let's not do mute games.
No, it's solved. So here's the thing, and I hope we all get a chance to reflect on this. I'm going to.
Dude, you're a fucking child.
Okay, hold on 2 seconds. I unbroadcast him just for a second so he can't keep muting you, because once it's unbroadcast, he can't keep muting people. Let HogTie finish his statement, please. You're muted again, HogTie.
So sorry, the unbroadcast actually takes away their tools. Okay. Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation.
Now he's blocked me. So. Sorry.
So that's the point.
Don't worry about it. I'll shut up. Just someone tell me if I'm talking over him, and I'll shut up. So please go.
Don't worry about it. No, he's now going through and blocking everybody in here.
Baby.
So what I think is interesting. I mean, I talk to Arcane once in a while. I get along fine with the guy. We get into a room together. The two of us talk. We have a really good conversation. I was really interested in the stuff that he had to say today when we talked before we went on the air. And then when we went on the air, we talked. I mean, we just like randomly went from topic to topic. It was just loony, and it was a pretty good talk. And we got Ozzy in here. You know, Matt, rational, whatever. Matt went a little goofy and left some weird comments and stuff about censorship, and then complained and then deleted my comments because censorship bad apparently. But yeah, and it just more people got into it, and more people sort of start to wolfpack around Arcane. He gets really defensive. And then we get to the point where I got to make this decision. Am I going to start muting Arcane because he talks over everybody, and then trying to figure, okay, who else am I muting because they're interrupting Arcane, and then going like, you know what, this isn't really a fun way to run a Hangout. So rather than mute Arcane, I'm just going to say thanks to everybody for showing up, and I hope the audience had fun watching the tone of the conversation sort of change steadily.
I had a big finale question I wanted to ask.
Well, I tell you what, you ask the question, and that is JD is going to ask a question, and Arcane will not be able to hear it, and we will credit you with you won. No, you won the debate, JD. You are now starting a debate. JD and Arcane are now having a debate. Go JD. And if Arcane can't answer this question, JD wins. Go JD. Oh, he's going to do it that way. Fine. There you go. Welcome back. Well, that doesn't work, but he's got to work around.
My question is, if in a universe where everything is designed, how do you differentiate between what is and isn't designed?
I think it's a great.
Well, I mean, Arcane is a fundamentalist. He's a theist, and so he believes everything in the universe is designed. In that case, how do you tell between something that is and isn't designed?
Right.
It's a
great question. It's a great question. I think questions like that serve to distinguish between, draw a wedge between things that are this and things that are that. If you want to talk about philosophy, which Arcane said he wanted to talk about philosophy, that is a great type of question.
Audio still adjusted. Do you still have me muted? What's going on?
No one ever dropped your volume. You were on broadcast because
you're up, but we're done, Arcane. I don't know. I think next time we do this, it'll just be you and me, or maybe we'll bring in Floyd and Ozzy and whatnot. But do you not see that it sort of goes off the... Okay, you're going to hear another bing, Arcane. That's you going up. Don't flip out like G-Man. Not that I accuse you of that. Go ahead, Arcane. Let me give you the last word. It was fun.
Yeah, man. I mean, as you can see, it's not like this.
I apologize too
everyone.
if I ranked
just a certain select few. I've even had cordial conversations with JD Kane. You know what I mean? Like, it's no big deal. Certain people just have, an itch that they need to scratch when I start speaking the truth, and, they try to jump on me with silly accusations, dumb questions, and flat-out lies. And I'm not going to back down because you guys are mad because I'm calling you out for being liar. It is what it is. Yeah. Like people like Gus, you know what I mean? Like, there's no...
Okay. Well... That was fun for as long as it lasted. No, if you're just going to sit there and personally attack people and not just, like.
Could you just kick this child out? Seriously, I mean,
this is kind of.
No, off he goes. That's fine. I'm not even unbroadcast him. Off he goes. Literally, like I will say, I grew up. We may come from different cultures. I grew up. I don't know how much you guys know my personal story or whatever, my history, but I grew up around human beings, and we generally don't sort of act like that. Like, yeah, you'll get into a fight. Sometimes you'll even punch a guy in the face because a guy needs a face punching once in a while. But there's always a way to wrap it up and say, hey, thanks for coming out. So Arcane, thanks for coming out. To everybody else,
you drift people in the chops a lot and then say thanks for coming out, or
you don't drink in Saskatchewan. For the record, I kicked him because he was being a petulant child.
It's having the wisdom to
wait. No, now we got to settle this dispute. You kicked him?
No, he dropped.
No, I kicked him. Did you also kick him, Sam?
Yeah, I also kicked him. I'm sorry about that.
Honestly,
I thought you were going to be like, no.
I had mod controls and I kicked him.
Real quick, guys, before we get way away from it.
Hold on. Arcane getting kicked out of this Hangout was like the firing squad, with everybody, and one of us doesn't know who doesn't have the bullet.
Actually did it.
We don't even know who kicked him now.
There's one boot that's a fake, so nobody knows really.
That's
right.
No,
real quick here before you get to
Xbox,
what you said, HogTie, like about the punching someone like this, because he needed to be punched, kind of thing, like, or needed to be taken down a notch. It's being the person that gets the punch or gets knocked down a notch to have the wisdom to say, oh shit. Yeah, I need to slow down. I'm screwing up here.
Well, I have to be honest. I mean, the only issue that I honestly took with it was when he was saying that I was lying. Like, to be honest, beyond that, like, I really wasn't having to, like, I understand him being defensive. It's defaulting to, oh, he's lying. Well, you know, I wasn't lying. You can read the article, and, you know, maybe at best I was mistaken. There's always that possibility. I don't believe that's the case.
And this is why I called this Hangout State of the Debate, because these are observations I've been making lately about, you know, that long post I made the other day about G-Man, and we talked about this on Talking Shit Tuesday this last week, about I think sometimes we do things that puts them in a position where they feel defensive. Now, that's not our fault, because a lot of times where they feel personally attacked is when we disagree with an opinion they've offered. They seem to feel justified in feeling personally offended by having somebody disagree with their opinion or to criticize their behavior. That's something they got to work on. That's not something we can fix. But we can recognize when they're getting like that. And what was your
and
point?
take advantage of it for the amusement of all.
Well,
Wait, that's not
first world problems.
My point.
Take advantage of it for the amusement of all. He says, HogTie's got this look on his face like, no,
because I'm remembering a night in 2 summers ago when I was in Nipawin, Saskatchewan, and I was sitting there with my friend and a couple other dudes behind me started going at it, and not a bouncer in the bar moves. Because Buddy and his cousin did this every Friday or whenever they're out drinking, and one of them gets the other one down on the ground and he's wailing on him a little bit, and then he stops and he's pulling. You can tell he's not actually really hitting the guy all that hard, and then he reaches down and he goes, gives the guy's balls a little bit of a tickle, and he holds out the hand. Come on up, buddy. Give me a hug.
What do they put in the water out in Canada? Jesus Christ.
Nipawin, Saskatchewan. You could look it up.
Prairie people are strange.
It's true. Guys out here, they give you a fight, the little ball tickle, and there's got to be some simian relationship that people think we're not related to monkeys. People in Saskatchewan certainly are, because they'll actually they'll give you a little, come on, buddy, come on, admit it, you know I won. Okay.
Yeah, let's go throw our poo at passing cars.
You're thinking of Manitoba. That's not a Saskatchewan thing.
Oh, don't let Rainbow hear you say that. Fuck, he's chasing you around the joint.
Okay.
Well, that's all I wanted to say. Was like, I just don't appreciate being called a liar when at best, you know, at worst, them misinterpretation.
Sorry, Sam.
Being called a liar brings out the worst in all of us, and they know that, and that's why they do it.
Well,
everything I said.
Hold on, I still blame for Arcane leaving and getting the gun.
Let it go.
Yeah, okay, well, maybe.
I gotta blame Alex. I gotta blame Alex for that damn question that wasn't on Arcane script. Got him kind of mad and ramped us up.
I'm curious. I'm curious, HogTie. Like, I know why JD keeps leading in these lulz cows, but you seem to put out radio waves that you're looking for something deeper. You're looking for a better level of discourse and conversation. And my question is, why would you bring a stormtrooper in to try to talk to him like an officer? I don't know.
No, I don't want to answer that in this hangout only because of the length of it. I think the people of Manitoba throwing poo at cars was a perfect place to end this. I think we got a nice wrap-up point. I do think you raise an important question, and we did have Matt Bell in here earlier. He's raised that question with me a number of times. I look forward to doing a hangout with him. I always welcome him in.
Want to do a hangout with me?
Yeah, you can do.
He's still mad at me about telling him he gets to freeze in the dark. He still holds that against me.
No, I was pissed about that. Well, then your other thing too is when you said your things start at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock and you didn't give a time zone.
I said Eastern Standard Time. What other fucking time zone is there?
Up for like, oh, Mr. Ontario thinks everybody's at Eastern. Anyway.
Oh, you've just got Ottawa envy, buddy. That's your problem.
No, when I used to make posts for the Deeper Than Dogma, I would always put Eastern Time on it. I'm in Central, but I would always put EST because that's what seemed everybody around me would go by.
Yeah.
Before you think Ottawa always got the best toys, just remember nobody around here gets away with tickling anybody's balls.
It's in Saskatchewan.
Oh, this is Saskatchewan.
Yeah, it's actually, if you want to find it you'll find it. It's just north of Tisdale, the land of rape and honey.
Yeah, I heard of it. I was telling people about that. They only just changed the sign.
About
the land of rape and honey. All right, I think we got to plug on this. I think Arcane's unfortunate. I guess I legitimately, it was fun, and I kind of hate seeing it go bad like that. But I know the audience kind of likes it, so
what was the off-script question? That's what I'm curious about.
Which one?
The question that question that came from Alex off the thing. That
what was it?
About how he would recognize stuff that wasn't information from a mind.
Oh yeah. It's a good question, and somebody interested in philosophy should embrace that sort of a question because it's the thing that helps you clarify. You remember that the reason when in the
Arcane's answer was it was a stupid question. That was his answer.
Yes, that was his answer.
Yeah, no, that's partly how we. That's partly how we do things to refine our language. I mean, Arcane and I had previously arranged a hangout several months ago, or a couple of months ago, and then I bailed. We had it scheduled, and I bailed. I had something come up, and then we just never got back to it. We were going to talk about beliefs and knowledge and what these words mean in epistemology, because I kind of detected, I see how Floyd and Ozzy are using the word differently than Arcane, and I think Arcane actually has a legitimate point that isn't being heard by other people because they're sort of married to a particular definition of knowledge. When it comes down to it, a lot of times you have to kind of play around with the words and to divide things into sets. So if you want to say that belief and knowledge aren't the same thing, that there's maybe one's a subset of the other. Can you think of an example of a belief that would not qualify as knowledge? Can you think of an example of knowledge that would not qualify as belief?
Right.
Well,
right.
yes
Yeah,
to the first.
That's how you do it. Yeah.
No to the second one. You can't think of an example of knowledge that isn't a belief. And so a lot of times philosophers will sort of kick those questions around, and they'll say, well, is there an example of a justified belief that is
that is false. Is there an example of a justified belief
that isn't true? That's a really good one to work from. So those questions are not bad questions, and the thing is, we're at a moment in the hangout where everybody's stepping over each other, we're yelling at each other, we're calling each other liars and everything. And then was it Alex? Somebody sent in this question through some means that said, well, here's a question that'll sort of help wedge these things and sort of help you clarify what you guys are talking about. And his response was to say, well, that's a stupid question. Okay, well now don't tell me that you're going to educate children on philosophy when you're faced with a question that actually helps you explain the point that you're making, and you just knee-jerk it to it's a stupid question.
He's got the perfect philosophy to teach kids. Listen, read your Bible and do what it says. This is the mindset of the stormtrooper.
No.
Take him at his word. He said no. I asked him.
The Arcane's message is like, it's all aliens, kids.
Well, here's what I think the issue is, and maybe I can ask what Gus said in a different light, which is that when he says he wants to teach people philosophy, I doubt that what he means by that is that he would be comfortable with a bunch of critical thinking youngins who disagreed with him. I tend to think that what he means by educating someone is what we would traditionally refer to as forcible indoctrination.
I mean, it's nice to take people at their word, but I mean, when your actions are doing something when your behavior patterns are essentially kicking what you've said in the teeth, at some point, that's what speaks more loudly.
Yeah. All right, well, I do want to pull this off the air. I was actually going to check and see how long this sucker was. Well, you know what? Like, why doesn't Hangouts just give you a timer in the corner so you know how long the damn thing's been on?
Because they don't expect people to be so anal about it.
The owner of the room gets the time backwards. I hate that too.
Yeah. Well, if you go to the YouTube feed, you can see it. But why can I not just see it in the Hangout itself, whether or not it's broadcast or otherwise, right? I mean,
while you're live, even if you go to the YouTube, it will read backwards. It'll read how many hours you did it, or it doesn't read the same. I hate that. I always try to I always have someone else do the calculation for me.
Well, I also know what time it started. I said it was going to start at 4 my time, but it started at 4:30. It's now 8:30. We've been on for 4 hours.
Yeah, I saw it was a long one.
Yeah, that's why. I
didn't start watching until about 2 hours. Ozzy gave me a message.
To the bathroom. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sure somebody else will set up a hangout. If you had fun with this one, I'm not doing the promotion thing. I'm not on Patreon, but tell your friends. I do like when people watch the hangouts that I host for you guys and give me ideas on what do you think makes for better or worse hangouts. Other than that, try to not drive by people from Manitoba, and go fuck yourself. I'm gonna get DMCA'd now. Damn.
I have Patreon. I'll take the money he doesn't want. It's okay.
Fine.